Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. It is I, Captain Madlove, coming at you live and in person with yet another chapter from the Captain's Log, brought to you right from the Captain's quarters. And I have to go grab a couple of things. Meanwhile, I was going to let you guys write that information down. I see Russian Alley is out there today. Juju Paws, Turbo, and Dragon Pink. Welcome, welcome. Ooh. Let me see what's going on here. Let me see what's going on with my... Hold on, I got to find the mouse. Oh, where is it? There it is. Okay, let's close some of these out so that I'm not... Oh, Rabosh, okay. Having all this stuff up on my screen. Really, is what it is. Oh, whose Instagram is this? Whose Instagram was I? Looky. Oh, this. I'm gonna show everybody this again. I was really enjoying that work and I was scrolling through it and everything. And Scooter, hello. And welcome back. Oh, it doesn't want to let me. Wow. Okay, then. All right. So today, actually, I didn't put anything out on what we were going to work on. And what we were... Whoop, this is a little bit in the way there. There it is. One of the things that I was going to do today is I thought maybe I would clean these little miniatures that came in from Monument Hobbies. And if I don't order gloves, I literally will not have any gloves, and I can't do the streaming without the gloves. Oh, here's some. We'll use those up in the alcohol. It's always good to keep a pair of gloves that you've previously used if yours are more than one use. I find dish gloves to be really good for the whole alcohol bath thing. Hang on, I want to get this black out of the way. These boxes are under here so that I am able to pull this card around if need be. What I did was I kind of opened up the area back there behind me where the doggo is, so that if I scoot sideways, you can totally see the dog. You can also see the messy, muddy diorama that I'm working on back there. What are you guys working on today? We're going to be addressing, I'm getting those, hello, Sarge, how you doing? Welcome back. And Russian, welcome back. It's nice to see you in here. I'm doing pretty well. It's been a rough ride the last couple of days. Oh, that is nice, Turbo. If your hands fit in them, of course. I wear I think the extra smalls or the smalls. Honestly, even the smalls, I have to push the fingers. I have hands like a little kid. I really do. All right. So today is Technical Tuesday. For those of you who have not, hello, Occult. Hello. Oh, well, I actually just touched it up. Thank you. I'm going to be brightening it. I'm brightening it, bringing the red tones up. I actually did it this color so that I could show everybody when I say magenta, what I mean by magenta. I'm probably going to do a washover on it, a little more red for Valentine's Day when we do the Valentine's stream, the baking stream. But yeah, when I don't feel like doing anything with my hair and I don't like to put a lot of products in my hair frequently, I just smooth it back and put my little day cap on it. It keeps it protected and it makes me comfortable. Plus I can wear my my hood with it, my magnifying hood when I'm painting, and it doesn't end up chapping my forehead. Hello, Green Art of Colors. How are you? I am better. I'm not exactly sure what it is that's going on. The only thing that I can think of is it's just a balancing act with supplements and things. There probably are some other things that it could be, but hey, I'm not going to stress it. The good news is it's not a full-blown migraine. It's just really comfortable. I mean, really uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a really comfortable headache. It is a comfortable headache compared to a migraine. Yes, Juju, I'm telling you, when I used to play racquetball, I had to go buy little boys' batting gloves because they didn't make any of the gloves small enough to fit my hands. So the real big problem I have is with my pinky. Have you ever seen the size of my pinky? Like, oh my gosh, my pinky. Hold on, let me see. Here's a mini. Here's a mini. Here's my pinky. My pinky's about the size of a mini. Russian, I've been working with it. I'm pretty sure that it's a supplemental thing. I take a lot of supplements because I don't like to take too many pharmaceuticals. So if I can find something that works that's a herbal supplement, I will utilize it. And sometimes balancing them, you got to kind of work with it. Yeah, that works, Scooter. That works. Hi, Blade Mark. Oh, that's too cool, Turbo. That's too cool. Yeah, my ring finger is, I think, a size. I wear a size 5 on it comfortably. I don't like my rings to be tight. Like, I think that my pinky is like a size 4.5, but I don't like my rings too tight. No, I think my ring finger might be a size 5.5 or 6, maybe. It's a 6, but I don't like them too tight, so I generally tend to buy the rings a little bit big. Oh my gosh, 5 foot. Now you're tall compared to me. Wow, Juju, you are tall compared to me. I am short. Yours is 17. Yeah, I think Geeks is something like that too. Turbo. I think his is. So we are going to do a little bit of cleaning. You guys got all the information for this. You guys got this marked on your calendar. We're starting on the 9th in here. Okay. And mind you, I'm going to be painting, probably painting Bingo, because, you know, I got that diorama that I'm working on. So we're going to be doing some flesh tones and stuff, hopefully. I'm not very good at it, but I have Green Art of Colors out there and he's rooting me on. So we're going to work with that. And then the gorilla, I was thinking we could do the gorillas on the Sunday that follows that Tuesday. So we do, we'd start, let me look at a calendar. We would start with Bingo. No, Google, no. Google's getting excited. All right, let's see. If we're starting on the 9th, Tuesday the 9th with Bingo, then Sunday the 7th, we would start with the gorilla. Oh, hello, Dextrose. How are you doing? How are you doing? I don't know that I've tried the ring. I do wear rings over my gloves sometimes, though. But you know what? Scooter, they tore up my rubber gloves. I can do it with my leather gloves, but they tear up my rubber gloves. All right, so let me get a container here. So I'm gonna go get a plastic bowl, and actually, I think the dentist just gave me a toothbrush, which I use those fancy, what do you call them? Sonicare. So I probably won't be using that. The other thing that works really good that I usually keep handy to scrub in all the little recesses is an ugly brush. So I'm gonna go grab an old plastic bowl container, and I think I've got the alcohol here, and we're gonna do a little scrubbing on that, and probably a little bit of this too. A wee bit of sanding. Wee bit. Gotta get the sanding in there. I need to open a channel for all of the squig names. It's gotten out of hand. I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 7 sticky notes with all the new squiggy, not names, but the new designs for the squigs. Cult. Yeah, I buy the these are the non-latex ones, Occult. Gosh darn it, I forgot what they're called. Nitrile? Did I get that right? They're non-latex though. Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Yeah, nitrile exam gloves. They're the thin nitrile exam glove. I don't like the thick ones. Geek likes the thicker ones when he does I don't like them. If I can't feel with my fingertips, then I get a little bit weirded out. I start feeling panicky. Yeah, that one. Hey, Nico, I was thinking about you while I was doing my makeup today. I've been thinking about you a lot. I haven't had much time for sorting the stuff, but I have been thinking about you when I put the makeup on. I'm trying some new color palettes and whatnot. So I've been definitely thinking, hello, Celtic Boar. Yeah, Occult, I went in and got tested because they said, one of my doctors told me that was specifically a thing that was, if you were autistic. And I went in and I got tested because I was, I thought, well, I should know, right? But there's a thing called hypersensory. So you're not autistic, but you still have that hypersensory syndrome that that many autistic people will have. And I've had that since I was a child. So welcome. I'm gonna go get a bowl. Celtic, we're about ready to do a little bit of cleaning. We're just gonna do a little cleaning on these guys, and I've got the airbrush booth set up for you guys too. This is the miniatures from Monument Hobby that we're gonna be doing that wasteland themed get together. Oh, and the end of her gun was so thin. The end of her gun broke off in shipping. I knew it would, but I'm okay with that. But, sorry, this is Bingo. And we're going to give her a scrub and then just make sure that we've got all these little niblets on her sanded off. And then the really, really cool guy here is Ilthur. Ilthur is his name. And he's a pretty massive, he's actually, I'm going to say probably 85 millimeters. Bingo is 75. And we're going to give them a scrub and a little primer. Also going to I use my razor knife for some of those nibs. I'll be honest with you guys, I do. And then I use a little bit of a little thing I do. So on some of these little nibs, you see them, from the printer, you know what I'm talking about, right? You'll get these little nibs, right? You can see them, the little spots, like right there on his arm. I don't always sand those. I'll be honest with you. It really depends on the miniature and what is that? Is it going to be, does it have to be really, really smooth? Like, is it a skin spot? Or like in the fur, I'll probably just take the tip of my razor knife and just, pop those little nibs off, because if it leaves a little puka in the resin, hole, a little tiny hole in the resin, then I'll usually just use a little bit of paint. After primering it, I'll use a little bit of paint, not thinning it, just to kind of putty that hole if I feel like it's in a bad place. Oh, you got yours? Good. That's cool. So I'm just going to get the primer on, Celtic Boar, and give them a cleaning and get some primer on today. Maybe a little bit of base color, but honestly, I'm going to be starting Ilthur on Sunday the 7th. The actual paint along that we committed to with Monument Paint was every Tuesday, the 9th, the 16th, the 23rd, and the 2nd. We're going to be working on Bingo. Maybe Bingo and Ilthur. We might, swap out while paint is drying or whatever. Thank you, Jenna Elf. Thank you. I'm really glad that you like it. I did a little touch up on the color to bring a little, it's winter. It's winter, and I felt like a little bit of vibrance might be nice. What's Hammy got as a baby over there? She stole one. She's so sassy. She's been very sassy lately. Hello, Bobcat. Lurkin, and your Monument order reached the UK. Oh, perfect. Juju, that's wonderful. Did you happen to get a Captain SETI? I'm really excited about that one. I might block her in between now that I've got her colors, so we all show up with our colors blocked in. Oh, oh, we got an alert. I don't know if that monster will, he goes away. Oh, Jenna, thank you. You guys, the Patreon is connected. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Geek. Thank you. Yay! So my alerts for subscriptions are officially hooked up to the Twitch now, you guys. So when somebody goes and subscribes in the Patreon, then now it shows up on our, it does not tell you how many months, which means Captain's got to really get on the catching up in the Davy Jones deck. The good news is that most people know how long they've been around, so that we can do catch up. I noticed that, let me see. Oh, and it gives you a, oh, that's nice. It gives you a gifter sub icon in front of it. Oh, I'm so excited. Wait a minute. Or maybe that's from something else. Jenna, welcome aboard, my dear. Welcome aboard. Let's see. What is that? Prime Gaming. Oh, I got itchies. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me go grab the alcohol bowl. Oh, darn it. That's okay. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Yay, Patreon. Yes. Patreon is... Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can't leave right now. Here comes Dices. Here comes Dices. Everybody pass around the rum. One of our long-time and old-time crew members is here. Hello, Miss Dices. How are you? Yes, hype for the Raiders. Hype for the raid, you guys. Hype for the raid. Oh, Tazalanche, welcome aboard. Rathmore, welcome. Welcome. For all of you who are Raiders, if you will do me the military reading. Oh, Sarge likes the military reading. I wonder what that is. For all of you, thank you for the follow, Trouble. I really appreciate it. For all of you who came on board, if you will just click the icon in the upper left-hand corner, it will refresh you. I do not believe that there will even be a commercial, and that will put you in as an original viewer, which will help with our viewership, which viewership is what we are working on. Oh, thank you, Dices. I'm building the shades for Valentine's Day, for our Valentine's Day stream with Jenny Joyo. It's going to be a baking stream, and I'm building the color. I wanted to start with magenta because we had so much confusion the other day in here. What color is magenta, really? And I kind of wanted to get that close to magenta as I could color. Oh, hi, Cookie. Hi. Pascal Root. Well, hello. Were you out there lurking? Did you come in with Dices, Pascal? It's so nice to see you. We were talking about you the other night, you know. Yes, we were. Thank you, Dices. I was really appreciating your new color when I was in there the other day. I wish I could have stayed longer. I'm sorry. It's been really hard for me to make streams lately. Hello, Real Brush Guy. I see you out there. Did I miss anybody? Did I miss any? Hello, hello. And virtual hugs to everybody. So much love. Oh, well, thank you so much for coming in, Pascal. Thank you. Okay, so we have a rock star. Not only is Dices here, but Pascal is in here, you guys. Yes, sirree. So on Tuesdays, Dices, honey, can you shout yourself out? We actually, I don't believe, Blade Mark might have just got here, but the mod action is a little low on Tuesdays. We're vulnerable. No, we're not. So anybody who streams, or if you want to share some work with other people in the chat, on Tuesdays, we share with one another. Hello. Oh, thank you, Blade Mark. Thank you. Hello, Lady Gray. Welcome back. We're going to be getting our Monument Hobbies miniatures ready. Yes, we always want to see some of you guys' work. What were you working on, Dices? Were you working on, wait, the redhead? Were you working on her again? Ooh, somebody got in trouble already. Somebody got in trouble already. Thank you, Pascal. You know, Pascal, I'm going to click on that and open it. I actually do not know. I'm not going to show that. Danger, nipples. I actually do not know, my friend, if I have everything I need of yours. Let's see. You only have the Instagram. Pascal, you don't have like a Twitch, YouTube, that sort of a thing? Uh-oh, somebody else got in trouble? Told ya, we're vulnerable, see? You go. Get him, Blade Mark. Get him. Slap him with that hammer, baby. Slap him with that hammer. Yeah. Oh, well, not as fun as the real people. It's okay. I won't show it on Twitch, but you guys can go take a peek at that link. Pascal is again rocking some skin tones. And Pascal, you know how I feel about the dark skin tones. Ooh, the blue, white, as in like vampire white, like gray, blue, white. What maybe gray, blue, gray, and dark complexions of the warm caramel family. My favorites. Oh, today is your daughter's birthday and she took over your stream. Oh, okay. So you were doing more of that. That was very nice of you, Miss Dices. That was very nice of you. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. We had a repair guy come today and a bunch of stuff. So yes, I am. So you guys, Pascal did put his Instagram in there. You can go give that Instagram some love because I'm telling you what, it's definitely worth the peek and the follow. Definitely. So, oh, I know she is adorable. I do love my little llama lady. I do. You know, I should send you a picture, Dices. For Christmas, Hammy got pajamas with llamas on them, and I thought of her. They have little llamas with little Santa hats on. They're very cute. She looks quite nice in them. Yes, Pascal. All of the above, sweetheart. Put them all in here. You played the donut game on the weekend. Oh, that sounded like fun. Oh, I missed that. What was that? I didn't hear anything. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Did somebody do something sassy? What was that? What was that? But no, oh, Scooter, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one. Is Brush making it? Oh, good. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let me open that one too. Is that Pascal? Oh no, that I don't even know what I opened there. Okay, no, that's not Pascal. Let's close that. Okay, not that. Not that. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I know I got you followed there because I went and watched you the day you did the teaching. Ooh, who are you hosting? Hold on. That's delicious. Hold on just a second, you guys. What is that? What is that? What is it? Oh no, is it? Wait. Are you hosting somebody, Pascal? No, that's you. Wait. No. Phoenix Miniature Art. Wow, Pascal. Phoenix. Ooh, hold on just a minute. Oh, I am following him. Okay, I just wanted to check. Sorry, you guys. I want to make sure that I collect them all. You know the captain, right? I collect them all. What he's painting is really, really cool. He should come in our channel and put something up to show everybody. Oh, yeah, I liked his painting. No, I do. I must collect them all. All the streamers that create the beautiful art. Okay, so I've got you followed there. Let me check your Facebook. But all this information will come in really handy. Pascal, I'll leave it open for Geek. And then that way he can collect all the information and put it in our database because I don't think, yep, I'm prescribed to your YouTube, Pascal. So don't worry, I've got that prescription. It's all good. Anybody else who wants to prescribe to the YouTube, it's right there in the chat in case you are feeling up to that. I find it to be a very good subscription, prescription, any one of those words. Right? In 2 times a day, hefty doses. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Oh, and the real brush guy. Okay, let's see. Okay. And is this what you're working on? Oh, you sculpt. Oh, you Minky, you're a sculptor. Ooh. Okay. So if you have an Instagram real brush guy, please. Thank you, Turbo. Thank you. Yeah, really worth the time and the follow for sure. Oh, that's what they were. I was wondering what those were. I saw something popping around on the screen and I'm like, what is that? Don't listen to the giveaway. It's wrong. If it says there's a giveaway, $50 gift certificate. Yeah, it's wrong. Tuesdays, we usually don't do giveaways on Tuesdays. Well, brush guy, sometimes I do, but sometimes it gets so many people coming in on a Friday, Geek will miss 1 or 2. On Tuesdays, if people put it in the chat, I'll open them all up at the top and then let him link them all in when we're done at the end of the day. I just want to make sure. I do not have a lot of sculptors, and I'm going to start collecting them too. So the captain must collect them all. It is part of what I do. Oh, occult. Okay. Yes, you're to lurk. Okay, wonderful. Because I am going to show off your work today. I don't do a love gallery on Tuesdays, but I have something I want to share with you guys that is kind of has just become it's a passion, and it's just really delicious, and I want you guys to see it because we just don't see a lot of that. Okay, I am following you. Oh, bunny. Okay, I'm not going to get sidetracked. Not going to fall down that rabbit hole. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not into tentacle porn, you guys, but I do love when people sculpt the arms of the octopus and the tentacles. I do. So, like, from an artistic standpoint, I love them, but not necessarily from a sexual standpoint. Although that Cthulhu kind of has a little, there's a little bit of a hotness to some of those. Actually, Wavy has one he's working on that's a bust. It's pretty hot. Hello, M. Fontana. Yay! Oh, I'm getting ready to prep them. We got sidetracked talking. I was looking at people's work and making sure I'm following them and collecting a little bit of information just to make sure I've got everybody. Dices came in and gave us a raid. Dices, honey, feel free to put pictures of your work in the chat. And Dices and I, so just to let you guys know, mark your calendar. Like, if you're not doing anything on Easter, it always falls on a Sunday. And Dices and I are going to do a co-stream on Easter this year. Again, it's going to maybe be an annual thing for me and her. We were thinking we would do, like, that's an annual celebration of Easter for her and I. We are not going to be painting eggs. We are going to be painting ogres in onesies because that's how we roll. Oh, thank you, Pascal. Wow, I appreciate that. You know, Russian, you have a good point. That is true. Geek calls me a walking meme maker because things fall out of my face that are always wrong, so to speak. Not necessarily wrong, but I don't really filter it, or a lot of times I won't think about how it sounds, and then it comes out and it's like, oh, okay. But he also said that my brain is in the gutter. I gave you a follow there, Serge, and later on when I get a chance, Ooh. Later on when I get a chance, maybe I'll go down that rabbit hole. Oh, thank you so much, Pascal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. Green, my dear, are you still out there? Green and I are also planning something for the Patreons. Yeah. Yeah. It's coming up, you guys. It's going to be good fun. I have, for the Patreon, I already have, like we're talking private streams. I already have 2 people lined up that don't necessarily do a lot of that type of open streaming. I have 2 people lined up that I know are going to be really fun for you guys. There you are, sweetheart. I really appreciate what you did for me the other day, and I am so sorry. This headache, and then when I start reading the screen, it just gets worse and worse and worse. I didn't want to cancel, I didn't want to cancel my stream. So I decided it would be better for me to just focus on the ice packs and the relaxing and all of that last night. And then worry about that later. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? I pay a little more. It's cool. But I appreciate you. I really do. I really do. Oh, thank you, Real Brush Guy. Okay, so you guys, I'm going to go get an old plastic bowl for this. And we're going to, so whenever you, not all places you get your miniatures from are always going to do that perfect job. They don't have time. They're busy manufacturing minis. So it's a really good idea to take your minis out of their packages and give them a little bath. Now these, what I'm going to do instead of putting them in the dish soap bath is I'm going to give them a little alcohol scrub, which is another way that I do it. And we'll just give them a little back scrub. I actually was just telling everybody I got a new toothbrush from the dentist. Okay, Miss Dices, you llama lurk, love, and I will be here. Thinking about your beautiful face. No, I can't do that. Then I'll fall down the rabbit hole again. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab, oh, wait, did I put a palette out? Hold on. Is that palette paper? Oh my gosh, it laid so flat today. Wow, that idea really works, you guys. So I used the parchment paper here on the palette, and one of the things that I did is get it really wet with a little bit of like room temperature water and squeeze it and wrinkle it and squeeze it and wrinkle it and kind of knead it up a little bit and soften it up and then lay it out on the palette, and really laid really nice and flat today. We'll see how quickly the edges curl. I'm not fond of that part. All right, let me go grab that bowl. I'll be right back. And a little bit of alcohol. I'll leave that area open so you can see the doggo. Here's some alcohol. What do I got here? 91%. That should clean it really good. Okay, Neko. You lurk, dear. Excellent. I decided to steal one of the Tupperwares. Geek brought home some new plasticware the other day, and so I'm taking some of the old stuff, and you know, after a while it just gets kind of looking a little bit bad. And look at, my dentist was my hygienist is a really nice lady. She gave me a toothbrush to scrub miniatures with. Isn't that nice of her? I thought it was terribly nice. Hello, Ishan. How are you doing? I'd like to let everybody know who is a new Patreon that's out there that I really, really appreciate it. It is working out, and I'm feeling so good about it. I can't wait until we are able to, and February should be very promising for our videos, tutorials, and things. I'm feeling pretty positive about things. So I'm really excited about our paint along with Captain SETI. You guys, that's going to be so much fun. And if you guys, I'm going to, I know we didn't get around to it last night. I feel terrible. I'm not going to sit here and squirt that. Hold on. I feel terrible, but we are going to put the Captain SETI thing in the Discord. Geek's going to make we are going to get rid of some of those pages. Some of our pages we don't really need. They haven't been used. They're not terribly useful because of that. So we're going to put a page for Captain SETI, paint along, and we shall put a page for our Squig art, right? And then also for the Monument Hobby. Just put one up there for the Monument Hobby project that we're working on. So you guys can share your work and we can talk about it. And if you have any, if anybody has questions or problems, or you want to talk to somebody about something, then it's a place where you will be talking about something that you guys have in common. So I'm pretty excited about this whole project, really. This is a lot of fun. I'm glad that they did this. And then of course, so after one of the things that we're going to do is like a quarterly challenge. Geek and I are working on how to lay it out and make it work where it's not overwhelming and everybody's not pressured for time, and how we're going to do it. So this kind of gives us a little bit of a dry run. Hello, Zephyrius. How are you? How are you doing? And the information for this project is in the, it's rolling through the chat, you guys. So keep in mind, right? Monument is giving away over $2,000 in prizes. Okay. Now it's not all from one location. They are, and that's rolling also right on through. And our link is in there, which is really important. Yeah, I thought it would be cool, Lady Gray. I really did think that it would be cool. These guys have kind of partnered up with, let's see, Impact Miniatures, Epics. Yes, I think it's Epics. Mini Monster Mayhem, Frozen, the guys that make the printer, and Elric's Hobbies. Oh gosh, Elric's Hobbies. We actually have a code with Elric's Hobbies. You know what? I think, you guys, that they are the ones that made they're part of the prize, like the pool of prizes that they're doing, and I'm pretty sure, I bet I don't think that's in my link tree. Let me just look at this for a minute, because I think I could have sworn Shadow's Edge. I don't see it. I could have sworn that there was one. You know what I do have one for, though, you guys? You're taking it easy? I noticed this the other day, and I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know that there is a 15% discount that you guys can get if you use the code MADLOVE, MADDLOVE, with Shadow's Edge? And you guys are always looking for always like good supplies for the basing. Have you looked at Shadow's Edge's supplies? Yeah, and you can get a 15% discount by using that and it is case sensitive, so it's capital M and then lowercase ADDLOVE. I didn't know if you guys knew that or not, but we're going to be using their grass for this project, actually. Now, he has relief holes, and I don't know how far up in his body they go, so I don't like to just, if they have relief holes, I don't like to soak them. Well, that's nice that you're taking it easy, Zephyrius. That's nice to hear. But by scrubbing it with, by scrubbing them all over their whole body with a little alcohol, you just make sure that any of the residue that's left over is all off of them, so that your primer can stick really good. I find that the 91% alcohol pretty much strips everything off. Also eats your hands if you guys aren't wearing gloves. Like, really, you need to wear gloves. And scrub his armpits, get him really clean. And you got to be kind of, I'm using a soft toothbrush because you got to be careful. They got tiny little fingers and tiny little parts and pieces. You want to be really careful. So on this guy, you know, I'm really thinking, because it's like a wasteland situation. So I'm thinking about going with some uglier armor. You know, maybe adding a little bit of rust or oxidation. Hello? Hello? Let me see. Uh-oh. And Antoine Scotto? Antoine Scotto, did I get it right? Antoine. I was going to say Antoine, but it didn't. Okay, okay. So it's not phonetic. Well, hello, Antoine. Thank you for saving me from that. All we get here is 70%. What? What do you get? 70%. 70%. Welcome aboard. Oh, these are from Monument Hobbies. These are from Monument Hobbies, Real Brush Guy. We are taking part in their challenge right now. Right underneath the link just came up for you. So what I wanted to tell you is, if you use our link, first of all, when you order one of these, now you only get one ticket. It doesn't matter if you order 10, but when you order one of these from Monument Hobbies, they're going to enter you in that giveaway pool. Okay, that's over $2,000 worth of supplies they're giving away. But if you use my link and you go there and then you private message Geek with your order number so he can verify that you ordered it with our link, you will be entered in our drawing for a Badger airbrush, which we will be doing for the people as long as you have purchased one of these guys and then send us the order number. So you'll be entered in 2 giveaways, actually. And if you use the code Captain Madlove, you will get 5% off your order. Oh, you cannot get, oh, you can't get this Dragon Pink. What can't you get? Oh, 70% alcohol. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, it works just fine. 70% will work. It's just that the 90% is a little bit stronger pink, but just make sure you give it a really, really good scrub. But the 70% will work fine. It's just not quite as powerful, but still wear gloves. Still wear gloves. So Antoine, these are miniatures from Monument Hobbies. It's a project that they're working on called the Waste. Oh, sorry guys, sorry. It's a project, an event that they're having called the Wasteland Madness Mother Love and Paint Party. And so we're just scrubbing them up, and then we're going to give them a little bit of you know, we're going to file the little nibs off of them and whatnot. Everybody gets a little bit excited about this when I do it without a mask, so I am going to wet and do it that way so that everybody doesn't get worried. Oh, you know what, Real Brush Guy? That actually does kind of suit. I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies. Yes, I usually do too, but I felt like I wasn't getting to the actually what I really like to use Dragon Pink is I put the it's not Dawn. I can't the Dawn, I think I'm allergic to the Dawn. The Dawn might be the one I'm allergic to. But I do use dish soap. It's a clear. We have to be careful what we put in the septic tank over here. That actually calmed down quite a bit of it, believe it or not. Just doing just that. Yeah, I like that process too. I have a dish soap that I use that that is safe for the septic. This is what I use for little fingers. So if you have little delicate fingers, right? So in this case, he's just got a couple of his little fingers sort of sticking together a little bit. And so I'll just go in here and just very, very gently wriggle that. Actually, this is how the dentist does it too. When they put in crowns, they take a piece of really fine sandpaper made for that, and they put it in between the teeth. You use model and wait, Antoine, you are an artist and you use model. Oh, paints. Oh, for painting. Oh, what kind of work do you do? We'd love to see your work. You can put your work in the channel, Antoine. We'd love to see what you do. You have like an Instagram? Yeah. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Everybody want to see? See what Antoine works on? What kind of art do you do? Now, I can't, I don't usually show it on Tuesday, but we do a love gallery on Friday night. We have date night, and we all share all of the work we've been working on. Oh, yes, that looks much better. Now his fingers are all nice and separated. Hopefully that's clear for you guys too. Hold on, let me bring that. Oh, there we go. There you go. Now all of his little fingers are all nice and separated. Oh, that would be fun, Antoine. Yeah, let's take a look at that. We'd love to see that. You can probably tell us a lot about glow-in-the-dark paints. We're always looking to find out what's the good glow-in-the-dark and doing different tests and stuff. Oh, that's much better, you guys. Now his fingers are all separate. It just take a little bit. So when I fold it's very fine. It's like oh gosh, I don't know, like 1200, maybe 800, somewhere in that area. When I put the side in that is the two pieces together like that, because they fit in the very, very small recesses, the easiest. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Hello, Valfera. I'm wet sanding. Yes, they get upset with me. That's why I dipped it in the alcohol and why I'm using the brush, getting it wet. So yes, otherwise I don't do it without the mask. Safety first. I guess I should clarify that Valfera is bringing something very important. You guys don't be sanding. This is wet sanding, what I'm doing, okay? Don't be sanding on your resin model without a mask. Listen to what Valfera says there. That is very important. Thank you, Valfera. But I did tell them when I first started, everybody would get very excited. So I decided that we were making the area damp. I have a couple of different files. I'm dipping them in wet sanding. Wet sanding. The first time that I ever sanded a resin model, I was live, and oh my gosh, everybody got so excited. They started yelling, no, 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 in the chat. And I'm like, what? Hi, Robosh. Yeah, I wear gloves because the alcohol eats my hands, Robosh. My cuticles are in such bad shape right now. Yes, because the resin gets in the lung. I know. Oh, no, I know it's for my own safety, Valfera. I do. I forget a lot. I'm trying to be really conscious about it. Yeah, I'm right. There's none of that. I know. I mean, I remember the first time I did it, everybody got very excited at me, and I was like, "Whoa." Let me look at that. Let me look at those paintings. Let me see what that is. I want to see what that is. Hold on. Taking off my glasses helps me see the screen better. Oh my. Oops. Sorry. Well, there's nothing on the palette right now. Oh, Spirited Away. Wow. This is beautiful, beautiful work, Antoine. What beautiful work you do. My goodness. And so many different kinds. You're quite multifaceted. I like it. Are these all digital, or are you're using like acrylics, watercolors? Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they? And you're painting those. Those are brush and paint? Pen, acrylics, pens. So that's none of it's digital. Very nice, Antoni. Very, very nice, Antoine. Beautiful, beautiful work. Do you have like is that a store where people can purchase your art? Yeah, see, he has lots of little nibs. So now, see, here's the thing. Since this is all like a lot of fur and stuff, I'm not as concerned. Like, if I try to sand that out of there. Yeah, no, I get it, Valfera. I do. I get it. I get it. But I probably should have re-announced it when everybody came in with the raid, so they know what I'm doing. Everybody that was here knew because I started with it, but I should probably be one of those things that I should repeat. By the way, guys, we are not sanding here without a mask. We are doing wet sanding. So if you're not going to use a mask, wet sand. And the other thing, too, to remember, you guys, is if you're wet sanding, this is something to think about. When you're wet sanding, okay, that's fine. Then there's no particles. But if you don't come in here and, like, take your toothbrush and, you know, and scrub that little area that you just sanded off, that will dry out. And then it will be particles in the air. So be sure to use your brush to come back in and clean the little areas that you do that in. Be very conscientious of it, because there is a lot of this that can actually be quite dangerous if you're not, you know, taking precautions. Safety first. We should write a little thing on safety. We should make a channel for safety. That's a really good idea, I think. Oh, then I'm the perfect person. You met the perfect person, because I absolutely love it. And I'm like your most not shy person. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Oh, I remember when I went on this program where you're supposed to get out of your comfort zone. One of my therapists said, okay, I think what's going to really be good for you is that at least once a week, you need to try to find something to get out of your comfort zone. I was like, what do you want me to do? Like, go stand in the middle of the street, stark ass naked? Like, oh no, I love hearing about people. Are you kidding? That's one of the fun things about, I mean, it's not like we can talk about painting and stuff, you know, but I don't really, unless people really directly ask me, like, I don't tell a lot of stories about myself or stuff like that. Ouch! He's a little bit sharp. He's a little bit sharp. Yes, Zafarius, I think it is a great idea. I'm going to have Geek open that channel. In fact, you know what? I'm going to, hang on, you guys. I'm going to do a sticky note, right? I've been doing really good with this. Sticky note thing is working, by the way. It really is, because your captain's memory is, this is the noodles, the noodle pad. A little bit at a time, Antonio, a little bit at a time, but not anything that is terribly uncomfortable. I do challenge people to stepping out of their comfort zone sometimes, but, you know, not anything that's going to be like damaging to people or anything. But I am very much shark in the box. I missed you. Goldfish. Oh, got right. Total. Antonio, I'm sorry. Antoine, I'm sorry. I had a boyfriend named Antonio once. Okay, let's see. What were we doing? Zafarius, what was the great idea? Shoots. Noodles. Zafarius, what was my great idea? Oh, channels. I think that's a great idea. Safety first. Yes. I think I love it. I'm going to do that. We're going to get rid of some of the channels that did, like we've had the channels for over a year and a half, and if they haven't been used, but I'm shit canning those channels. Why keep them there, right? Yes, safety channel. Thank you, Blade Mark. Blade Mark there with the memory of the elephant. It's working, it's working. If you could open a channel in Discord when you get a chance. That is safety first. Just, I think that one's going to be very useful. We get a lot of people that are starting, and I think that we were just talking about repeating what it is that I'm doing here. Okay, so back to this guy. Right, I'm telling you, Valfera, I have a niece that just never forgets anything. I think it was a Dark Virtue suggested him taking a flying leap off of something. So I found this, it was sent to me by, gotta get the name right here now. Use Your Wood. And I didn't have a use for it, and then this guy came along. But yeah, I do absolutely, we should collect. And if that's, is that the only place, Antoine, that you put your work? Because if there's another place you put your work, then we like to collect all the information so people can look at all the goodies. But that is really, really cool. So they glow in black lights? All of them or just some of them? So these little nibs in this guy's fur, what I was going to tell you is if you try to get in there, so he's got some of them are supposed to be there, and then other ones are little bits of the resin left behind. But if you get in there and you try to do that and file it, what ends up happening a lot of times is you'll file down the texture in his fur. And so I find that just taking a razor knife and going in there and just kind of, there's one, just removing those little guys. And on this one, I'm going to let you know, like on these in particular, this is extremely soft resin. So the razor knife works really well on the softer resin. On the harder resin, I want you guys to beware. If you were to take this razor knife, say, and there was like a little nib on a smooth spot, like the arm or something, and it's that very hard resin. When you snap that off, it more snaps than cuts, and sometimes it will leave a really nasty spot on your miniature. There we go. Oh, and that's also got the name good. Okay. I got that open. It looks like I've been following you. I remember that. Yeah. I remember the picture with the cherry. No, I remember what it was. I know what it was. You know, I don't even know if I met you in the stream or if I met you on Instagram. I want to say I might have met you on Instagram. Let's see what Real Real Brush. This is beautiful. This is going to be really cool. I like it. This is an old sailor. Is this a sailor? A hunter? Where are you running off to, my friend? It's also nice to see the craft paints in the background. I have big use for craft paints. You hope so? You hope so. Well, I really appreciate you dropping in here. Really helping with our viewership and everything. That's awesome. Yeah, this is actually really super. I don't even think you need to really sand this. I didn't realize until I got a razor knife in my hand how soft this is. So you can probably just very gently shave these little nibs off with a razor knife and be fine. You just have to be really careful because it's like butter. You'll cut right into your model. So if you have one of these, be very careful. Just the tip of your razor knife. Yeah. It might be where some little tiny supports were. But, we don't want to damage the shape of his fur. That's something we definitely want to keep. His weapons came out really clean. So when I do this, see, I get the area wet, and then I'll clean it with the brush wet. That way there's no particles. We don't want those particles at all. See, he's got some little nibs in here. Can you guys see those? You can kind of see those. Some of them are part of the hair, but some of them are not. They're like little bitty areas where maybe there was a support or something, just a little bit. Because he doesn't look poured. He definitely looks 3D printed. But I kind of want him to be smooth. Yeah. Nice and smooth. Ah, yes, my family. My family. That's my wifey, not Studio J. Studio J is not my wifey. Green Eyes is my wifey. I was so embarrassed the other night when someone went to shout out Green Eyes in the channel and the information didn't show up, and I thought I didn't have my wife's information. I was like, are you kidding me? What? Captain of the Kraken. Oh, who is that? Who is that by, Brush Guy? It's beautiful. Did you print it? And there's also some little tiny little bits of like it almost looks like a hair on him, and it's like between two places, just a little bit. It's not bad at all, you guys. Like, it's really pretty darn, the way they designed it is pretty darn clean. I'm probably one of the pickier ones when it comes to, I have Geek to do this for me most of the time. But I thought on these that are already put together, I try to do it myself so that I can kind of get used to doing some of it. So he doesn't have to do all of it. He has a whole army of Necrons that he's trying to get put together. So by at least doing the ones that are already assembled, I can take some of the load. See, there's a little, that's like a little hair that is not really part of his hair. Yes, Robosh. You know, it's printed by Monument, well, not Monument Hobbies. Who, I don't, yeah, actually, you know what? I think maybe Impact Miniatures might have printed this for him. I'm not actually sure who did the print, but it is a very, very dark resin. And it's super soft. LED lights, supercharged glowing the painting. Oh, let's see, the LED lights supercharge. So paint that charges and then glows in the dark, Antoine, that is so neat. We have some of those for miniatures, and I haven't had a chance. I do actually have a little bit. I ordered some. I wasn't completely satisfied with. It's a little bit grainy. Belfera, what are you working on, my friend? We are going to be, you guys should be getting a notice soon. We're going to be doing our first monthly Patreon Paint Jam. Will be this month. This month, February. And then there's, for the, we have a thing planned for the tier up. That's going to be pretty cool. We're bringing somebody pretty incredible. On board. And we're going to have, a paint sit-in for that tier up as well, but they're also invited to the Roundtable Paint Jam.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for the follow, Billy's Gaming. Did I get that right? Yes. Thank you. There, we were just talking about you use your wood. I wanted to, so, where was the bucket? Here. Hold on, let me show you something. Did you send this to me? Oh. Well, you guys, then you know what? That was not Use Your Wood that sent that to me. That was Orthober that sent that to me. I apologize, Orthober. For some reason, I thought that was... It ended up in the box of wood, and for some reason, I thought, oh, well, what you don't want to cut off of this guy... Oh, look here. Here's a tiger's head. Is it a tiger? Yeah, there's like a metal tiger's head. I almost cut the teeth off, thinking those were little extra pieces of resin. Oh, good night, Green Art of Colors. I am so glad that you dropped in. Thank you for dropping in at the end of your day. I always appreciate it. Have a delicious dinner. Hug that beautiful partner for me. And I will see you in the verse, my friend. Thank you for popping in. Say hi to Jakey for me, too. And again, thank you. Little bit excessive here on this. I think there was probably a little support right there. Not too bad, you guys, though. I'm pretty picky, so as I go through this, you guys may not even find this. These little areas that I'm picking out, you guys might not even notice them. I'm telling you, I'm terrible like that. Geek's gotten really, really good at putting together and cleaning the miniatures to where I barely see anything. Yeah, it's probably just... I noticed when Geek was printing recently, there's like all these little... they're supports. They look like little ladders. Little pieces of ladder. Like an over-constructed bridge, even. It's working out quite nicely. Okay, I think we got a really good... think I got it. Oh, Robosh, I am so glad to hear that. Please share your Instagram, Robosh. I'm excited about the zebra wood. You're going to need to send me a message. Use your wood. Did you get done with all of your American flag project? You see, with paint enough to let the LEDs shine through the plexiglass and the paint. So you're glazing, Antoine. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, Robosh, I'm so glad that you did this. You guys, click on that and check out that. Seriously, you gotta go give Robosh some love. You're gonna love it. Go look at his zombie rock star kind of. Basically, somebody got way washed up on just way too much partying in their life. Yeah, so I'm thinking you glaze. That's really cool. Kind of a different type of art. Geek's all into LEDs. Okay, I think we got a really, really good start on him. Oh, I missed a little something here. It looks like, wait though, I don't know that, yeah, let me take a look. Well, it's debatable. We could probably leave them, but I can see supports there. This would be really tedious. Be real careful. You don't want to cut into his weapon and ruin the shape of it because it's very symmetrical. So, but I can see where there's some teeny tiny little guys that when you put the paint on might end up messing up the shape. So you might want to get those, looks like. But be real careful because like I said, this resin is soft. And we don't want to cut into that and then, you know, end up like just chopping off the whole thing or something, right? Then that would look weird too. His teeth are very sharp, by the way. I punctured my fingers on them the other day. So also be careful for that. Oh, that sounds so much fun, Valfera. Geek wants to do that too. We got a printer, and I'm sure, I am absolutely positive that there will be clear resin coming on board. Because he does love him some LED. He's got this cabinet he's working on for me to display miniatures in. Yeah, I do still think that these few right here are not part of this. Geek, are you working on the Jenny thing? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't think those were right. I had to. All right, that's looking pretty darn good. He looks very handsome. Wow, Lustness, hello. How are you? How are you? Okay, so remember, we are doing wet sanding, okay? And we are being very careful with this soft resin if we are using the razor knife to take the little nibs off of here that were his supports very carefully. If Dark Virtue were here, I would be able to tell him that this resin is so soft. And he might watch this later, or maybe he'll come in later, but you should be able, he wants to make a flying leap. I liked that idea, so I got this out. So I was saying, oh, look, I could probably use this for his, King of the Mountain kind of a deal, because I didn't have anything to use this for. And if I want to carve this little platform off of his foot, this is extremely soft resin. So I feel like, look, it's just like it carves really nicely. So I think that that would be a definite possibility. A little bit at a time, of course. If you try to take a big chunk of resin off, then it'll break. Let's see. Something I have found is if you are looking for supports and stuff that need to come off, look at it under UV. Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you, Valfera. I'm going to get one of those for my desk anyway. I don't have one right now. Are you leaving, Neko? Are you leaving, dear? Yeah, that makes sense. They just seem to stand out right because they're really thin. So like his teeth would stand out. Yeah, it's absorbing more of the UV light. That makes sense, Valfera. Thank you. Do you hear that, you guys? So if you're looking for the little pieces where the supports were, all these little pieces that were taking off this guy, Valfera is saying that if you... Oh, okay, honey. Well, welcome back. If you put this guy under the UV light, then he will... Hang on just a minute. Hang on just a minute. See how clean I got this guy. Yeah, like his... So, what Valfera is saying, now, like his teeth, so his teeth are... hold on, let me pull my glasses down so I can see what you guys are seeing. Sorry, his teeth are darker. See how his teeth are darker? And like on his weapon. So the little nibs would probably show up as being darker, like the teeth on this little tiger are darker. On his shoulder. All the little tips on his fur are actually lighter. Hey, I'm trying to use this. If it stands out away from the body, it's darker. If it's a nib on the body, it's actually lighter, you guys. See, now all of those are little bumps in his fur. Those aren't all supports. But like if it stands away from his body, look at how his teeth stand out. See? That's interesting. Thank you, Valfera. Thank you. I like to learn new things. You know, though, my brain is a sieve. A couple days from now, I might not remember who taught me that. So please don't be offended. I forget so frequently. But he looks, now that was really good to see. So I must have got most of them. Looks really good. All right, now we'll put him over in the airbrush booth. Set him aside, and we'll focus on her. Let's see. Let's do that UV light thing. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I see him. You guys see him? I can see them on the side of the leg. You know what I didn't know? I think... Do we have Bingo's picture up somewhere, Geek?
Don't know.
Oh, don't say that, Belfera. Don't say that. I'm looking for something, you guys. It looks to me. It really does. I gotta see a... Yeah, I think it is. I think... Yep, her arm is mechanical. Okay, so remember, you're going to do a little wet sanding. Go back and pick those particles up. You know, though, on her, it's almost a situation where, because she has these ratty old pants on, that the little niblets wouldn't even matter. And that's part of her boots. They actually did a really good job cleaning her, you guys. Like, seriously. The one thing I do find is just a few of those little resin threads here and there, but nothing worth writing home about. Really tiny little guys. Just little bitty pieces. Gotta be careful though, like she's got her face pierced. Dr. Megas, my gosh, you've been gone forever. How are you? What is going on out there, man? I thought maybe the COVID took you. It has been a minute. Now the tip of her gun is very, very small, you guys. And I want to say it broke in shipping. So in order to fix that, I'm just going to blunt the 2 parts that are left. It was a very tiny piece. I looked at both these guys and I thought, oh man, you know what? It's lucky that it even made it. Wet sanding, wet sanding. Remember, making sure that all the pieces are left, all the little particles. Yeah, really good. If you guys are going to sand resin, put on a mask. Seriously. If you are wet sanding, then just make sure you keep everything wet while you are doing it. Safety first, safety first. You don't want this crap in your lungs. And I'm trying to decide if that thing that's on her ear is metal. I think it's a piece of her hair. That is my opinion. And then we gotta... You bought your first... Oh my gosh! Congratulations! You've been busy. Sleep schedule changed a bit. I know. You know what? Things have been a little bit crazy over here too, mate. We have finally, after struggling to try... Geek was trying to do it himself, and finally we had to bring somebody in for the floor on the studio because it was just... The house, the walls are not square, and so trying to install the floor became a really big issue. And then it got to a point where Geek was like, okay, we got to have somebody come in here and do this because it's crazy. Okay, there's a scar on her face. Those little supports there. All right, she's looking pretty darn good. There's a little one right there. I'm excited for you, Dr. Megas. What's going to be your first miniature that you prime and work on with your compressor? So this one here that we're working on is from Monument Hobbies, you guys, and it's rolling. It's rolling in the chat right now so that you guys can go check it out. If you use the captain's link, which is in there, then you will get entered in our airbrush drawing. And when you order, well, of course, you have to buy one. And then when you order one from Monument Hobbies, they also put you in their drawing, which is a big pool of wonderful stuff they've got going on. Over $2,000 in winnings they're going to be doing for this project. And this project is going on, I think, until the end of March, if I have it correct. Pretty sure I got that date right. All right, so she's going to need very, very fine primer. It looks really good. I think I got it all. We'll take Valfera's advice here and take a look at her underneath of the UV light again, just to confirm that I got it all. And that's going to drive me out of my mind. So I am going to do a tiny little something. No. That's such delicate. Hello, Dio. No, Bobcat, you actually have to go when you order your miniature from Monument Hobbies. Then once you place the order with our link, you need to send Geek a order number, whereas he will confirm that it was ordered through our link, and then you will be entered in our airbrush giveaway. At the same time, when you just go and place the order from Monument Hobbies, they will enter you in a big drawing that they're having. I see how it is. Gonna ban the captain from the ship, are you? ban the captain from the ship? Is that how it works? This glove just gave up. That's the second round on this one. Right, Rihanna? Hello, Rihanna, and welcome back aboard. Oh, I was gonna look at that. Damn it! I put that away. See, that's where it is. It's gonna start already. All right, let's see. Those glasses down. Take a look. That sure is helpful. That is really helpful, Valfera. I really appreciate that. Because, you know, to the human eye, I wouldn't have seen those, and I'm even wearing my studio glasses. Yep. Dio is always here to start a riot. That's what he comes here for. He comes here to start a riot. I'm just sure of it. I'm going to use this one. Wet sanding. No sanding without a mask. If you're wet sanding, make sure you keep everything nice and wet while you're working with it, and continue to keep it wet so that those little particles don't get away from you. There's like 3 or 4. Oh, off camera there. Sorry, guys. There's like 3 or 4 rather interesting bumps where her supports were that without that light, I wouldn't have noticed it until after I primed it. And Valfera just taught us all something very valuable. Try again. Holy wow. Well, Valfera, that has to be one of the more valuable things that I have learned recently. And also, in reference to Geek cleaning the minis, he will now know that. So his minis will come out really clean. You know, I'm using alcohol too. It cleans them at the same time. I think it might even soften the surface a wee bit. I could probably use, oh, nope, I see 3 on her boot too. Interesting. No, I will not. I will not do that, Dio. Don't worry. Yeah, well, it is. If it's, and I use different coarsenesses, grades. We'll just go with grades of sandpaper as well. So, like the sandpaper I use on the skin is really, really fine, Dr. Megas. And then, but I do, you know, it was the wet sanding that got me to fine tuning them, because was very shocking to everybody when I very first started. I just pulled out some sandpaper and a resin mini and started going. Everybody's like, "No, stop, no!" I'm like, "What? I'm just gonna sand it a little bit," and they're like, "No, put on a mask." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I just don't have. I mean, if I was doing a lot of sanding on something, then I just take it outside and put on the mask and go for it. But in this case, when I'm doing these little jobs like this and cleaning up, I really don't want to. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go back to the old days, like when I was in the body shop, and do wet sanding. Oh yeah, that worked great. Oh, much better. Yep. Yep. That's great, Valfera. So the wonderful tip for the day, you guys, is not to look at your bathroom under the black light. Under the UV light. But if you look at the Mini, you can actually see the areas on the Mini where the supports were that you might miss with the human eye. It was very interesting. Like, I thought I had them all, but there was like 3 right along her arm here that once I primed it, I would have been like, oh, look at those nubs. And then I just noticed a couple more on her boots. So that you can get everything a little bit smoother. Yeah. And that the wet sanding really does give you a super smooth. Also, you can kind of control the dusty parts, which is what I really like. And it does seem to be pretty gentle, Dr. Megas, it does. This is very soft resin. The airbrush you bought was quite cheap because you're just starting out. So the advice from your dad, who is an aircraft engineer, I polished their needles with baking soda. Yes, okay. Let's keep that one. Let's keep that one. It worked very well. They became much smoother after a couple of minutes polishing. Very gentle polishing, mind you. Yes. Well, I was taught toothpaste, turbo or metal polish. The other thing that I was told is that just depends on what you have. There's a polish for plastic, like plexiglass and stuff like that. In the tanning salon, you have plexiglass that goes over the lights, and the people lay on that, and inevitably it gets scratched, little tiny fine scratches in it. And the way that we get those scratches out is by polishing it with what is like a plastic polish. So you can polish high impact plastics with it, and we used to use them on headlights in the automotive industry. Well, that's something I should probably be doing to my airbrush then, Turbo. I know I have the Nervo around here somewhere. Thank you, Use Your Wood. I will check it. I will check it when I am done streaming. That's really good to know. We're getting all kinds of good tips today, you guys. Yeah, so I do actually have some of that polish around somewhere. I just don't know where it is. At some point in time, someone had mentioned soft scrub. If you guys hear that, I don't recommend that because soft scrub generally has corrosives in it, like bleach and other products like that. So I definitely wouldn't use that. Toothpaste being one of the things that Tip Tuesday. Oh, that's good, Scooter. Just the Tip Tuesday. We could run with that over here. I was taught with a lot of stuff to use the toothpaste, but then some of the toothpaste started coming out with different moisturizers and weird stuff like that in it. So in choosing the toothpaste, you're gonna just not just any toothpaste. Specifically, we used what was the Pepsodent White. Pepsodent, it's a white that comes out of the tube, and that was one of the polishing things that we used for the tools and whatnot. Yes, because it's very fine grains. And we also used to use toothpaste for polishing the headlights when we ran out of the Nervo. For plastic lenses, it's called Plexus. Okay. Dio uses a polish for The one that I used to use on the tanning beds came in 3 grades depending on the scratches you had in it. You know, the what they call the coarse, the medium, and then the fine tuning. Is there an airbrush needle sharpener? That's crazy. I would think you could sharpen it yourself manually. Let's put this lady over in the airbrush booth. I think I'm going to prime with black today, you guys. I think I'm going to go with the black primer on these. Feeling like interesting. Well, you know what? That is something that you should link in the chat, Turbo. Ooh, and will you put it in the tools also? In the Discord? That would be greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Always, you guys, if something comes to you that is tool related and you have the opportunity to put it into the tools in the Discord, please do, because there's so many times when people are looking for something and then live people aren't available, and it's a place where they can go and just kind of randomly search through everything. Maybe they have it, maybe they don't. Valfera, that's why I had it, was originally I used it in the automotive industry for the headlights. Like some of these really sexy cars have like an overlay that protects the lamp, like the BMWs and stuff like that, and you can't just scrub it with anything if it gets little scratches in it. And then when I ended up owning when we had a tanning salon in Washington for a while, and we brought our beds in from Germany, oh man, they were amazing. And you got to really, people used to tell me all the time when they got in our beds, you know, your beds always feel so much cleaner, like there's no grit on your beds. And one of the reasons was because the cleaning solution that I used was it was one of those things that you put on something and sensitive skin would not react to it, you know, because it cleans with less volume than you would use, like people that spray them with Windex and crazy shit like that. And then after cleaning it, I would have the girls wipe it down with a warm microfiber towel designed by Dr. I forgot the name, the Dr. Something towels, and they are designed for the automotive industry so that when you're working on a vehicle and you need to clean an area and you wipe it, they just pick up all the oils, all the grease, everything. And so and they were always washed in a separate load by themselves. And then we would wipe the beds with that damp towel that was kept in a heater, where it was warm. So you make sure to get everything with that microfiber towel. And they said that those beds were just so amazing. It felt like no one had ever used it in his life, like they were brand new. Dr. Seuss. No, it's not Dr. Seuss towels. Thank you very much, Turbo. Yeah, the paste for that, Dr. Magus, that might be something. It is a bit coarser than toothpaste, but the pasty idea. Okay, Antoine, so I am going to take a really quick bio, you guys. Don't run off, okay? We'll be right back, and we are going to pop into the airbrush booth. Hello, my light. Hi. We're going to pop into the airbrush booth, and we're going to put some nice black primer on both of those guys. I'm really considering doing her in the flesh tone, but I don't know. We'll take a look at her when we're in there. Well, you haven't been here in a long time, though. Oh, well, not really a long time, Turbo. Just a little bit busy. All right, and I got to get another glove because we blew a thumb. I blew a thumb. Look, just the tip. See? It's Tip Tuesday. All right. So, let me hydrate. All right. And then we'll come back and we'll, I don't really know that we're gonna, oh, Dio sent me some really good goodies, you guys. Oh, You know, I got to tell you, Dio, I can't remember what it was, but we've been grabbing like the miscellaneous containers and stuff out of there. I've got to find something to use the unicorn snot on, though. That's my thing. That's my thing, is using the unicorn snot. All right, I will be right back. I do have something here that I want to show you guys. Oh, Geek couldn't load it in there. That's right. I have to look it up on Instagram. Hold on just a minute, you guys. Wait. Or Patreon. Patreon. Hang on. One of those. One of those. Hang on just a minute. Geek's getting ready to launch it on all the platforms. Read on. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh my God. All right. I should be pre-logged in. Let's hope. So I can show you. Yep, I am. That way I can show you a little something. Go to the home. Nope, go to the posts. Draft scheduled, published. And this. No. And this, that. Interesting. Okay, hold on just a minute. Let me bring it over here where I can get a better look at it all by itself. No, I don't want to do that. Let's try that. Maybe it has to do with where you go in at, because that. Yeah. Try that. Oh, there it goes. Hold on. And I believe... Nope. Wait. And there's a heart, and there's a... Oh, and that. Got it. And how do I get sound? Geek?
What?
How do I get sound?
You just should hit display.
All right. Just in case you didn't see it.
That's good. Something like
Where?
Facebook, Insta, and Twitter.
On the tubes?
Good point. I don't know how to do that, man. I know.
There you are. There you are. Surprise, you must have been. Right. Ciao. Should you booth? Oh, thank you very much, Turbo. I think there'll be some folks that truly appreciate that. Oh, did Riser raid us, or did he just pop in and dick off? Hey, Misko, how's it going? Oh, thank you so much, Riser. Thank you very much. All right. Back to home. Camera need love. And honestly, this should be rubber banded to the top of that because I see that problem coming a mile away. Wait a minute. Oh, you're being really silly? Let me see what you're doing. Are you being flirty? I hear you back there being flirty. Yes. Yes, Antoine, if you have not known me for long, then that's a thing. If the pain sets in, then it's supposed to get put on so that the body doesn't like collapse into it. It keeps the posture straighter so that there is not prolonged pain, and it's gotten better over the years, and using it has definitely been it's been an experience. Let me tell you, my friend, it's been an experience. Thank you, Misko. Yeah, it applies just the right amount of pressure in places and helps support the area as it gets when you're doing things like even when I'm by myself at the desk. Yep, I got my hydration here. Look, I'm doing really good. I have to I have to get in about half this much more. Oh, it's not your fault, Antoine. It's not your fault. It's just a lot of years of some rough living. Oh, Neko, I'm so sorry. Did you have to clean before you did it? I hate when that happens. Okay. So hang on a second, you guys. It looks like I gotta install a camera here. Hang tight. Oh, yes, Antoine. There are some. Some I don't tell because they're just, you know, yeah, there's stories to all of it, my friend. All of it. Some not so good, and some kind of exciting. Others a little bit embarrassing. It depends on which injury we're talking about. I have several interesting ones. I work with them all. And actually, to be honest with you, one of the ways that I strengthened my body was because I wanted to stream. And, two things. I wanted to stream and I wanted to wear heels again. Those were my two really big things. The first big thing that came up was wearing a cosplay costume to visit Stan Lee. Stan Lee was coming to Hawaii, and I desperately wanted to see him. I actually got to see him the year before he passed away on us. He's one of my heroes. And I had doctors on board that were so good, and they helped me strengthen my body to where I would be able to get to see Stan Lee, which was to wear heels. I wanted to wear this two special outfits. And actually one. And then Stan Lee found out that I cosplay Harlequin and asked me if I would show up the next day in my Harlequin getup. If it would not have been for my doctors, I would never have been able to play Harlequin for Stan Lee. He was very pleased. Yes, that is true. Some good stories. Life is a story with many chapters, Neko. Some of them are sad, like the headaches that I get, and the problem that I have with my neck is permanent damage because I chose badly in my partnerships with people in my youth, and I was beaten. And they did permanent damage to my left shoulder and the vertebrae that connects. So there's one vertebrae right at the base of the head, and then the one that kind of holds the whole mechanism on. And they damaged that. And that is why I get very, very bad headaches, is because sometimes there's stress in life and things are just happening, and the muscles will cramp up in the back of the neck. And what it does is it pulls the head a little bit off to the side. And that's what gives me those hellacious headaches. All right. Woo! Put that project under the desk. Got a little area here for you guys. Well, actually, I was having a little laugh with somebody in customer service because the same person who gave me the shoulder and neck injury used to get migraines pretty much 3 times a month when I was with that person. And then I used to tell people, oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. Let me see what I got here. I got these right? I got these right. Is that right? Okay, sorry. Let me change the camera for you. guys. I pushed the wrong button. Well, it said airbrush. Okay, now what?
Put you back on.
Oh, I'm totally going there. And Sean. Because we are going to. There we go. I know, broke it, right? I broke it. I was just about to say, and that is story time for today. I normally do not talk about stuff that's too depressing. Good news is I'm on track. Okay, I know, right? So can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now? Are we back? And what do you see? What do you see? As far as a picture is concerned. Okay, you do hear me. Okay, that's good. Did we lose everybody? Did it just drop out and then come back in? Okay, you see the C. Okay. So, oh, no. Okay, but I do need to know where the button, hold on here. Nope, that's not it. That's the charger. Hang on, guys. I gotta find what it is that...
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out which one of these many. There, that's got to be it. Cords, because there's so many. Okay, now I just need to know. Hold on, guys. I'm figuring these buttons out. So I want to look at it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't see my usual cookies that I put on the bottom of the screen. Well, that's right.
No, I'm on the right place.
Oh, okay. So, but there's just something going on here that I think might be something extra that might not be supposed to be going
Don't
on.
worry about that right now.
Okay,
That's
all
not a
right.
concern right now.
Alrighty. Oh, yes, I know, Scooter. And generally speaking, these kind of things only happen when Miniatures Den comes in here. If we go into my airbrush booth and Miniatures Den is here, it's all over but the crying. But right now, it's not recognizing the camera, so Geek is figuring out what that problem is. I pushed the wrong button, apparently. It said airbrush, and I thought, oh, that's the one, so I pushed it. But it... Out?
Yeah, put it back.
Funny how the numbers show on this screen, but not on my home screen. Okie dokie. So we are here in the airbrush, and Geek is going to figure this out to find out why the camera is not being recognized. Aha. There we are. We are here in the airbrush booth. All right, with our little people. Let's see. See if we can get this backed up just a wee bit so you guys can get a little bit better view and a little bit. Let me move these things a little bit. Yeah, there she blows, Neko. There we go. Okie doke. Let me screw this on tight so the camera doesn't fall off. in the paint while we're painting. That could be exciting. That looks like about that sweet spot is that spot right there. It's all ugly. Oh, got to get another glove, or I'll end up with a painted hand. Yeah, it would be a paint bath, Nico. It would be. It definitely, that's for sure. Also a good idea to cover your watch. I'm just saying. I'm not telling you that from personal experience because, like, I've never painted my watch. No, never. Never, never. Okay. So we are going to do a few things here just to get these guys nice and prepped. The airbrush has to, yes, you can. Mix it. The compressor's got to come up speed here. So here's what we're going to do. Now, I am not going to attempt any non-metallic metal, just totally not something that your Captain excels at. So we're going to go definitely with black, which I actually find that a black base, when you're putting on real metallics, yeah, you know, my dad's wouldn't either, but this one wipes up pretty good. I find that using black actually really helps with the real metallics when you're doing them. I really do. I do a lot of burnishing and metallic rubbing. So if we stick with the black on that, it's going to really help with that project, especially if I want to do any bronze. I find that bronze is way best over black. Like that's shit right there. All right. Let's see. We're going to take a look at her. So she's kind of wearing what looks like, like combat boots. Okay. But this, oh, I have to push that back so you guys don't get the big fan. You guys don't hear the big fan too bad, do you? It kind of looks like she's wearing ripped up stockings, maybe chaps. I don't know. Her butt looks kind of bare. It looks like she got panties up there, but these female warriors, like, they really go out into the field with not enough clothes on. I think they need to wear more. You can't hear it. Good, Blade Mark. Good. Okay, great. I got the microphone in the right place. I did find a tiny little nib on her that we missed, which is like right here. It's in a weird spot, but it's going to look like a giant wart if we don't take it off. So let's take that off. I mean really big, because she's a super tiny gal. Yeah, it's debatable. I don't know. We could try with like some see-through leggings. I think it'll be a huge challenge because of how ripped up they are. It's kind of like they have a texture up to here and then holes in them. And at first I thought they were jeans, but then I saw like this little scoop right here and how it comes around to the butt. And I'm not entirely, and then there's another one. If you look right up the front, that looks, see, like that? That looks like the tabs on chaps. But then when you go around the side, there's just like this one really thin strap. So I had to rethink it. And what I came up with was, these are some sort of crazy ripped up stockings. Torn yoga pants like stockings. It's, yeah. But then what really had me confused, so here's the thing that has me confused. Let's see if you guys can see that. Is she focusing? Are you focusing where you're supposed to be? Focus. There you go. Okay. Wow, that autofocus is slow. Yeah, right. Well, no, they are assless. They are turbo. They're buttless. I'm telling you, like they come around. See, look right there. See the line? And you can see the striation, like in her thigh, right there. Like the muscle dips in her thigh, and then the panties, if you look up. I'm pretty sure these are buttless. My kind of gal. But what has me confused is this. So, like, it's on her leg. Do you see it? You can't see it because the camera's not cooperating. Move that guy out of the way. Okay, come on. Why aren't you cooperating? It's like a, yeah, a cult. They are thigh-high stockings. That's what we're talking about. And I was like, I wish they weren't. I would have liked them to have been chaps. So I'm seriously, like, I'm looking at them, and there's a like a strap right here. What I'm gonna do, I think, is make them in chaps. This line right here, I'm just gonna pretend like it's a wrinkle. And what I'm gonna do is open this up for skin, but I'm gonna paint this whole thing, but the chap color, her whole butt and everything, as if they're in chaps, because it makes no sense to me for her to be wearing ripped up stockings. And then, of course, right in here. We can do skin color in there, or I can do another color, but I'm making chaps out of it. Yeah, and there's like, right here, though, there's this little... Yeah, you see it? This is in her skin. It's like a diamond shaped... I don't know what it is. It's something. Maybe something was supposed to be glued there, or I don't know, but it's just really weird. It's an indentation in her skin that looks like a diamond. And it's significant. I don't know what to do with it. I'll have to figure it out. Maybe the grass is long. Turbo, you butt. You butt. So we're gonna go with we'll make like a chaps leggings, butted leggings with open sides on them. And we'll make the skin there and there and there, but the butt's gonna be covered. How does that work? How can the butt be covered? And then, well, grr. I would have to make her naked. Like, seriously, she's naked under there. Well, she got panties, but I mean, that's practically naked. Let's see, after we prime her, what the dynamics are. Hello, Gray Paladin. Welcome, welcome. My thought is that we will... Oh, wait, hold on. Scooter. Oh, I don't have a... Turn it. I can't... Hang on. Let me click on that at the other desk. I'm trying to look at this picture. Oh, that's, yeah, that's the picture I have. Thank you so much, Blade Mark. Yeah, I see that, Scooter, but it just doesn't help out. I'll tell you what. It doesn't help out. She's still confusing to me. But it's cool. It's cool. We're gonna see what happens when we prime her all up, and then we'll see what the dynamics are from there. But I do have a feeling we'll just see. If maybe primering her changes, like you ever notice that? You ever notice, like, you look at a mini and then you put primer on them and they either look better or worse, or you can find your way around it a little bit better. I remember the first time that I primed a mini, I didn't have it all perfectly, all the little spots gone and everything. And I was like, oh, it's going to be okay because once I put the primer on, yeah, it's going to solve that problem. I just cover it with primer. I'm going to tell you that that's not the truth. What ends up happening is it looks worse. All the boo-boos will show more when you put the primer on. All right, Nico. I'll see you in a minute, hon. Are you resting? For some reason, I got to bring the Pokey guy downstairs for sure. Yes, I know, Dr. Megas, it does. 100%, 100%. I didn't know that in the beginning phases. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to cover it with primer. Don't worry about it. And yeah, I learned a lesson the hard way. So my sweet spot is right here. My sweet spot is right here. After spraying some air through, when I'm done applying part of it, I will just blow dry her a little bit with the airbrush. I usually start my airbrush off the subject and then come on to the subject. Also, I always do a little squirt out of the airbrush before I start, usually over on this piece of paper that you can't see that's on the side. When you airbrush, one of the things that's going to happen to you, I'm going to show you something. Okay, when you airbrush, you're going to go like this and all the paint's going to come out, right? But when you come back, if you don't let the air out, you're going to end up, do you see them? See those splatters? See them right there? Hold on, there you go. See them? Now you see them. So you got to let a little air out after you've been airbrushing to make sure you don't splatter, unless you want that effect. Like, it's really cool if you're making like snow on something or mud on something, then it's really cool. Or freckles, if you know how to control it, it's great. But if you're trying to make a really, really smooth face and that happens, that doesn't work because that'll end up lumps in your paint.
Give it a gas!
Who's giving the cat? Oh, great, Paladin. Thank you so much. My goodness, you don't have to do that, my friend. You know, we've changed, actually. We're over on the Patreon now.
They'll get tips.
Yes. The captain does know that. I'm just informing him as to what's going on, updating him. We haven't been having time for our talks. He hasn't been here much. I did see some recent work of yours, though. I really appreciate that. Tips have been sparse, my friend, but the Patreon is moving right along. And I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's inspiring. That's inspiring. We can still get the tips. We just cannot get the subs anymore. I'm really glad to hear that your mini person is getting back into minis. Your mini person is getting back into minis again. Tips do pay better, Turbo. You are right. They do. Well, the Patreon really does well because the Patreon they only take like 8% or something like that, a very small amount. So it's a much better subscription platform. Plus, when you guys see the stuff that we have planned coming up, I think that you're going to really agree with that. We're also going to do a Patreon's only paint jam coming up, so that's going to be cool. Good night, Dr. Megas. Thank you for popping in, my friend. Thank you for joining us. And rest well. All right, so in getting in here, hopefully this is staying in focus for you guys. In getting in there, you have to kind of get the airbrush started. So I'll get it started. And then what I do is I hold it back not too far and I kind of float the paint in from an angle. You got to be careful because you don't want to end up building up too much paint on the small details that are in front of it, but you do want to get enough paint down in there to kind of get a little color. Now, one of the other things you can do is come in with a wash in that area or a little bit of thinned black paint and smudge it around with one of your ugly brushes, one of your push brushes. All right, now let's take a look at this. Well, you do definitely see a lot more detail. I'm not sure those are actually scars on her face, but maybe mechanical augmentation of some type. But this arm is definitely mechanical. She's not printed on a platform because the bottom of her boots have a shoe print. So she must be like printed on her side or something. Forgot the top of the head there, the mohawk. Okay, everything has a nice layer of primer on it. She's a very delicate model. One of the things you don't want to do is over primer a delicate model. Too many layers on a delicate model will take away from the detail. You do want to get good coverage, but you just need to be really careful about covering the detail. Oh, that is so good to hear, Gray Paladin. It's my pleasure, Megas. It's my pleasure, really. It's so nice to have people in here and see them. It's nice you guys to come and hang out. Hopefully we're all learning something. So very thin. This is a very, her details are seriously like these are chains on her booty. Very delicate. You know? Little threads on her tore up stockings. So we want to apply nice and even velvety primer, but not too many layers. Sometimes people like to go back. You want to try to get it, if you can, in your first round on these delicate ones. And then it's a really good idea when you are doing something delicate too. I try with the more delicate ones to give them time to breathe and cure by resting them at least overnight. I haven't had any problems with Stynylrez just being able to paint a miniature and then go right to the paint. But when they have those fine details like that, I don't want but one layer of primer if I can avoid it. Sometimes you'll hear the airbrush going, but I'm really only blowing air just to dry it because I do not have him pinned on anything at this time. Notice I'm holding him in my hand. It's not the best way, but it is the way that I am doing it today. Sometimes you can find a little piece that it's okay to hold on to. I got to kind of get under the arms. Again, you're going to go for that floating. I try not to allow the primer actually to get too wet in any one area. So if it looks a little shiny, I like to go in there and give it a dry. That way, I know that I'm getting coverage where I want it, and I don't end up accidentally handling it when it's not pinned to something. I do definitely recommend that you pin yours, especially if you're not used to doing it this way. Things that are round, like the handle that he's got, are always a little bit of a challenge. You got to be careful that you don't keep going over his delicate little hand when you're doing that. Worst case scenario, when you've got things overlapping like this, you can use a brush to just get the handle. Because what you don't want to do, again, with fine details is over prime. So if you find a little place on the handle that maybe you missed, you can come back and you can get that with the brush and not stress it. Because there is it now. You realize it's, you know, it's round, so it's going to have 4 areas that you've got to get. It's not just a front and a back. You got to get, because of its shape, you'll have to go, you know, all 4 angles. Good evening, Plutonium. Hello, Dark Virtue. There you are. Yeah, so I'm not holding him by his weapon, as you notice, because his weapons are very dainty, even though they look very radical and gnarly. So you want to be careful with that. Like I said, if you find a little place, come check over your whole model before you begin your paint job. And if you find a little place where maybe you missed a little bit of primer, just a real thin layer. Well, Liquid Nebula is on board. Ladies and gentlemen, pass out the rum and welcome the Raiders. We're doing a little priming on an upcoming project that we're going to be doing. For anybody that just raided in, if you will click my icon in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, it will reload you. I don't even think that there will be a commercial, and you will be an official viewer, no longer a raider, and that will help with our numbers, and we do greatly appreciate it. Liquid Nebula, what were you up to this evening, my friend? What kind of trouble were you getting into, mate? Do tell. It's so nice of you to raid us. We greatly appreciate it. We most certainly do. The crew is happy to see you. We're giving some primer to Ilther from Monument Hobbies for that event, Mother Loving Paint Party that's coming up. Let me see. It's not shouted out in chat since you've been here. Can I get a shout out for that? Luther, right? Dark Virtues? Okay. Yours can be Luther, Ilther's brother. We're just covering all the areas here, making sure we get the black paint everywhere we need it so that his beautiful metallic sticks properly and we get a really good effect. Monument Hobbies is doing a really big event where they're giving away over $2,000 worth of goodies to somebody. And we have a little event going on that kind of in tandem with theirs, I guess you could say. And we're going to be doing a giveaway for an airbrush during this. But there's very special stipulations to get Captain Booty. Well, hello, Nick's Love. How are you? Someone rated her with 87 raters. It was epic. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. Who was the rater? Who did she get rated by? It's going to get those weapons again there from the front. Brush for hire. Yeah. Brush is good, people. I do love me some Brush for hire, I'll tell you what. He is good people. There we go. Oh, that's working out really good there. Coming right together. Now we got to give him a good check and make sure we got primer everywhere we need it. Like I said, you can come back in here with a brush if you miss a little spot. There we get a little bit more under that hand. Well, that's absolutely... Hello, Game Father. Hello. That's amazing. That must have been good fun. His people are really good people, Nebula. They really are. All right, we're just doing a little drying right now, so that's not the airbrush actually running. We're just coming in here and doing a surface drying. I will let this sit until we get together on Sunday, which is when I'm going to start him. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do bronze armor. Most likely on a black and gray. I don't know. I'm feeling like maybe, you know, some skin color might not be, you know, really super pale. Might be kind of nice too. All right. And there he is. We're going to do metallic rubbing over this black. You want to look at your model from all the angles, looking down things. You know, you want to make sure that when you're putting the primer on, the paint is sticking everywhere, because when paint lifts, if it lifts somewhere, it does take the paint that's painted over it sometimes with it. So if you forgot a space, like say back here, you know, behind his gauntlet, and then that lifted because there was no primer under there, it could potentially take like the side of the gauntlet with it or something else. So try to make sure that even if you have to go in there with a brush and get some of those little recessed areas, that you've got primer on the entire model. The other thing is that the primer makes for a very nice shadow. If for some reason, I'm going to float it right in by his neck on both sides there. Make sure he's got black and right up in the front of the neck there. See, I got the black in there, so it's looking really good. But if for some reason you don't paint all the way up into that recess, having that black primer in there gives you a respectable shadow. So with the black primer, you also have the option of just putting in a little wash or something. Ray Paladin, if you'd like to put some of your work in the Love Gallery, I'd love to show it off on Friday, my friend. I know you don't have a chance to make it very often on a Friday. Well, I think we got every angle of this bad boy, with the exception of right there. That's the one area, this one. I don't even need any. He looks very good. The coverage is good. Let me hold him so he can focus. Is he in focus for you guys? There you go. Yep. Good coverage. We kept the really nice, all the striations in the hair, all the little lining in his armor. He's got some designs in his armor right there that's raised, and so we want to keep that because as you come into, that's a thing that you can overbrush and then really make it pop. All the little brads on his armor. And as I'm going through here, a little support nib. Scrape it off. Rub it off. A little bit of black that can be floated right in there, and we're good. Got it. All right. I've turned him every which way. I've got it up behind the gauntlets, down in the neck recess, all the way around both of his weapons, with his little fingers. And I still feel like maybe these that look like little tips on the hair may actually be where there were supports just by the look of it. I'm not positive, but I feel like when we come in with the paint, we can probably, when painting the fur, that it will look more like tips of the fur. Because it kind of does correlate with the tips of the fur, interestingly enough. It's an interesting way to do it. All right. What was that ape's name? Dark Virtue. All right. So, this is usually a dry guy. These guys can lay here and cure. And we'll be able to come back to them. And Clyde, yeah, I think it was too. That sounds familiar. So my dad loved that movie. I was like really, really little. Really little, I think, when I saw that. Okay. Lights off there. Come back to here. I got those guys. Oh, you know what? I totally... Oh, wait a minute, you guys. This is the thing I did last time, and I'm not doing it this time. Okay, so one of the things that I did the last time that we did an airbrush prime together is I actually left the airbrush dirty. I want to say that's about right, Dark Virtue. Maybe younger, though. I don't know. Well, I know I rewatched it. My dad, there were certain movies that he liked to rewatch, so I can't really guarantee you, like, you know, that when I saw it was actually when it came out. Just running some cleaner through the airbrush here, you guys. It takes a second. I like to get her really, really clean. When I sat down to her that time when I hadn't cleaned her, I was like, are you kidding me? Because that's usually not my jam. I'm really pretty good about cleaning my my airbrush every time that I use it. Even the cup. I like to even keep the cup clean. So there's that. it bothers me to sit down. You know, and that's the thing I can't figure out about one of my airbrushes. I can't figure out why it is that all the paint sticks to the cup. Oh my goodness, Weird Creative. I haven't seen her in a minute. Wow. Wow, everybody's coming in here. All the cool kids are stopping in. You guys, pass around the room. Double shots for these guys. They don't mess around, you guys. Just give them the good stuff and make it a double because, yeah, these guys, yeah, they like it strong. How you doing, Weird? What is up? You just said that. You just said it? You did? Well, hello, Paint Monkey. I missed you in the chat. Sorry, I was in the airbrush booth here. It's a little bit different view on my chat when I'm in the airbrush booth, mate. Or I should say we just got out of the airbrush booth. There I is. How is you, Paint Monkey? How is you, Creative? How you doing? Oh my gosh, I don't even remember that one, Dark Virtue. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Virtue. Thank you, Paint Monkey. I'm getting the colors ready for the Valentines. Luther is going to be this. Oh, you're going to make a magenta ape. That is something to be reckoned with. Oh, thank you, Paint Monkey. Yeah, I'm working on it for Valentine's Day to be cute for Jenny. So I'm working on the color goes on in layers. So it's okay, Neko. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. So what were you working on this evening? Creative, what were you working on? Oh, and all you guys that came in with the raid, if you will kindly click the icon in the upper left-hand corner and refresh for the captain so that you count as an original viewer, that will greatly help with our viewership. I appreciate it. Thank you. Pretty good, pretty good. I noticed something cool you were working on out there today when I was tripping through the rabbit hole. I fell in and I saw that and I was like, oh, that's really cool. There you go. Thank you. It is Tuesday, Creative. So if you could shout yourself out in the chat, that would be lovely. That way people can go give you a follow. Also, if you have pictures of what you've been working on, please feel free to put the link in the chat. We'd love to see. Huh. I'll have to look that up, Dark Virtue. I actually really did enjoy Lily Tomlin when I was a kid. But I mean, my mom watched a lot of, like, my mom watched a lot of old movies. So a lot of the movies I was exposed to, seems like I would be that old. But I mean, for example, like one of my grandma's favorite movies was Casablanca. So I've seen it like 2 or 3 times. No, I have not, Paint Monkey. Well, hello, Painting Little Man. How are you doing? It's nice to see a new face in the crowd. Oh my gosh, Dark Virtue. I do remember that because her music was some of my favorite when I was little. Good girl, drinking your water. Good job. Yeah, good doggo. Let's see. Who else do we have out there? Anybody else new? Anybody else new? Jenna. Who was... Wait. Fantasy Island and Cheers. Hold on. Right Turn Clyde. Well, you know, actually, she was just recently on the front of a magazine or something, somewhere. Painting Little Mans, if you have an Instagram, that you would like to share, or some work you would like to show people. On Tuesdays, we share in the chat on Technical Tuesdays the different things we've been working on. Let me see. I'm going to check. I'm going to look. I'm going to give it a look. Give it a look. Looks like... Gamer? But if you're painting little mans, I'm going to follow, just in case you paint little mans on stream. If you have an Instagram you'd like to share, please put it in there. You're one of the best hospitals in the world. They have agreed to take a look at your case and see if you are a candidate for plastic surgery for... Oh, well, will this help like functionability as well, Paint Monkey? Okay, Jenna. Okay. Did you get to shout out your stuff? You're welcome to shout it out in the channel, Jenna. We don't do usually the manual shout outs. We let people shout themselves out. Unless I have one of the mods that loves to shout everybody out in there, then I don't mind that either. Oh, terrain. Terrain is good stuff, though. Oh, yum. I do like the fact that you made the yellow broken up like that on the lines on the road. Oh, that's so cool. And look at how tidy you have it all stored, so tidy. Oh, these are really pretty. Oh, look at this, boats and houses. Oh, that one's really cool. That hut is pretty neato. Neato bandito. Like it, like it. And that's a pretty massive printer you have. What is that, a printer? Is that a big old printer you got? Oh, what is that you have? Knee replacement. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that would be great, Paint Monkey. Anything that helps with functionability. You know, my son got that stem cell injection thing done on one of his knees that blew, and it mended 100%. All right. So we have about an hour. We have about an hour, and in that hour, we can cover some ground on some techniques if you guys would like. We were going to the other day, but boy, everybody was having a party. They were partying. Yeah, actually, he got it just an injection, and the knee mended. It was amazing. I know, right? That was just like, it was a it is still therapy that is in the experimental stages, and he was a candidate for it. They weren't unruly, Occult. They were just very sassy and feeling very happy. And there was a lot of laughing and joking and everything. And I was like, oh, okay, well, fine then. You know what? Just let them party, because you know what? Some Sundays, the week has been long and they just don't feel technical. And that's fine. Oh, no, Gray Paladin, just post your link right in chat, my dear. Right in chat so people can look at it. Oh, but for Friday, so I can show it in the Love Gallery, is the Stream Love Gallery with the two big kisses right before it. I know we're getting ready for some of those channels, Gray Paladin. Some of them have not worked over the last about year and a half. And so we're downsizing because there was no need for them. We thought there would be, so we gave options, and the options that weren't used, we are just letting go of. But yeah, post it in the Stream Love Gallery, and that way on Friday when I go in there, I can shout you out and show everybody. Let's see what Weird Sister has been working on. Hello, Midnight Terror. How are you? Oh, yes, this guy. I'm looking forward to this. You'll notice that I put a heart on it. It's gonna be good. Although I do not know who it is. But I see you've got like this whole breakdown for this project. Jacket, shoulder pieces, backpack, belt, hair. So funny, that fabric, that day that you posted that fabric. And I kept looking at it, trying to find your cat. because I thought what you had posted was that your cat had been like eaten by the fabric. And I was just like, where? I can't see it. I don't see the kitty. This is true, Midnight. You don't have a shovel, so down isn't an option. That's a very bright way of looking at it, sweetheart. I am sorry that you are having a bad day. I'm telling you, yesterday, Geek and I both had a terrible day. Let me see. What is Grey Paladin working on? Ooh. I'm digging the colors. I'm digging the colors, Paladin. Ooh, and I definitely like the drips. I do like the drips. Now tell everybody, Grey, how did you, Paladin, how did you make your drip? So everybody kind of has a different way that they do it. I'm interested in learning all the ways of doing it because, you know, smaller models, bigger models, different colors work differently. I love the hoses. Grey Paladin, those hoses are freaking sensational. Holy shit. Oh, I do love hoses, though. I am a fan. Dio, please don't tell us how you got your drip. Oh, deck flow, welcome, Raiders. Oh my gosh. Welcome. How is everybody? Haven't seen you in a minute, deck flow. How are things? What were you working on, and do you have pictures? Aren't these the questions we ask? Did you photograph what you were doing? Thank you, Blade Mark. Thank you so much. Hello, Zarin. So let's see. It was a quick paint, mainly dry brushes, and green was the G. So for the green, it was the GW Lubrical Green, layered with Warpstone Glow, and then Moot Green, you guys. You're preparing huge things. Oh, are you like putting together? But we just got done priming a couple of minis from Monument Hobbies for the Mother Love and Paint Party, and which is coming up that we're going to be part of. And I just got done priming both of those, also cleaning them and whatnot, which was tedious for me. Not usually the thing that I do. Oh, do you, Neko? Okay, well we don't do the gallery, you know, on Tuesdays, right? And what to do? Is that them darn babies? Oh my gosh. I think I need them for my Kit Bash project. No. Are you kidding, Grey Paladin? Never. I would never. Do you know how many times Geek almost... They named it the Mother Lovin' Paint Party, and Geek almost said the other part of that. Like...
Motherfucking...
Every time he went to announce it, I'm like, oh, man. Oh, you're finishing an army for a client. Oh, yeah, we're painting. Oh, we are painting ogres on Easter in here, Deck Flow. Oh, dang, I had a brain fart. It's okay, Neko. It's okay. Sometimes I peek. Just when I'm on. You could put it in the chat if you want, sweetie. Yeah, you believe me. Sure you do. Oh, I'm telling you. He would have to stop and go, Mother... I'm like, lovin'. Oh, yeah, lovin'. That would be, this. It's already started. Well, hello. How are you, my Bolt? And how is your feathered friend? And how are projects? The stream is acting up with the buffering.
Not on our side.
Everybody? Or just Dark Virtue? Bonjour, bonjour. How are you? I should learn to say that. Okay. Dark Virtue, it's got to be you. We just got done priming some things and cleaning and getting them ready for priming. And we had about another hour. We were going to work on building some values. It's just Dark Virtue's making, yeah, it is on your side. Uh-oh. It comes from having two room, oh, both gaming. Both with gaming. Oh. You know, Dark Virtue Geek was talking about how you can isolate a portion of the internet so that that doesn't happen. Good night, Neko. Good night. I will take a peek in the love gallery for what you put in there. Yeah, I heard this conversation, so you might ask him and see what he says. Because he's talking, I think he was talking to Dragonheart about it. Geek, tell us more, please, says Midnight Chair. Uh-oh, the roommates. All the roommates want to know how to isolate their internet.
The reason I only told one person.
Maybe we'll have a Patreon powwow about that. Gather all the people. Oh, I'm glad you appreciate it, Dark Virtue. Thank you. I've been hiding it. I've been hiding it. I'm really glad you like it. It's actually the glowy orange and the magenta are, the bright red, the glowy orange, and the magenta are Geek's favorites. Ooh, and in the winter when I do the really dark purple. I did green, and that didn't go over so well. I was like, okay, I'm glad you like it. And green and blue once. I was like, oh, okay, well, if you're having fun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Blade Mark says, what you do is unplug their Cat 5 cable. My password. Oh, Viola. Internet isolated. Very good, Blade Mark. Thank you, Neko. Thank you. You ought to give yourself a couple of streaks, my friend. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Let's do a little value building. What do you say to that? We've got some time for it. But before we start that, let me take another bio. That way we can focus while we do this. And there's a couple of other things I wanted to go over with you guys that, you know, some terms just to make sure that as we move forward into our project that we're going to be doing, we've got several projects coming up. So we've got the Captain Seti. And where did she go? Hold on. Where'd you go? Just like that. Oh yeah, I know. Hold on. I'm going to tell you these few things and then I'll take a quick bio. No. Seti abandoned ship momentarily. So let's just take a quick peek so we can mark our calendars. So I've got a calendar started and then I want you guys to start a calendar too, because as we move forward, especially with you guys that are the patrons, okay? Really important though, because I'm going to be offering the stuff for free to the people here and on all the platforms. So you want to keep track of, you know, what's going where in case you want to paint along, in case you want to learn a particular technique. So this is Captain Seti, and Captain Seti comes from Midnight Heroes. She is a chibi, and we will be doing a paint along with Captain Seti on the 28th. What wouldn't surprise you, my dear? Wait a minute. Wait, what? So for this one, so you're going to need to do exclamation point links, and that's going to bring up my link tree. And then you go to the link tree. Good evening, Iffy. You go to the link tree, and the link tree will have the Midnight Heroes link. So you want to use that link, and you want to go to Midnight Heroes and order your SETI. If you want extra stuff, that's fine. Use the code CAPT. And you guys should have like a little 3x5 card somewhere for all my codes everywhere you go, so you can get your discounts. Because the only reason, I want you to understand something. Do you know that with the companies that sponsor, I have options with some of them? So like I could give you 10% off, or I could have them issue 10% to the store credit for me. I like you guys to get your discounts so that you can have places you can go shopping and get discounts on your minis too. So that's one of the things that I do. So you want to keep all those codes, and they're not all the same. Not every company has the same code for me. So you want to be sure to keep all those codes, so when you go to the different companies and you're getting the different stuffies, then you're able to use my code. And then some of them we have affiliate links with, so it actually helps the captain's ship, our ship. It's not even my ship, it's our ship. And it helps keep the boat afloat and the dream alive. All those pennies pouring in. We need the kappa. We need the kappa. Yes, you need to start a list. Now on the calendar, this one's for the 28th, so you still have time to get it. If you're in the United States, and I think maybe it's almost a month away, you might even have time in the UK. With CAPT, MADD, LOVE, with Midnight Heroes, you will get 20% while we're doing this little project here. So order 1, order 2, order 3 different ones, whatever, and you're going to get that 20% off. Ah, and rum. No, they don't give you rum. We have to stock our own rum. Then on not this Tuesday, but every Tuesday after this for 4 consecutive Tuesdays, we're doing the Monument Hobby project. So that's the Mother Lovin' Paint Party. And that is these fantastic guys, right? So these guys we're going to be painting on the Tuesday, the Sunday prior to the Tuesday, and the Tuesday. We'll be working on these guys. So you go to my link tree, and you go to Monument Hobbies, and we have an affiliate link. Those don't cost you anything extra, nothing. And you need to use our link when you go to get in our drawing for the airbrush, and you also get put automatically in a drawing that Monument Hobbies is having. So now I don't exactly know how his drawing is working, like if it's $2,000 worth of prizes split up into groups, or if it's like one person is getting $2,000 worth of studio supplies. Yes, I know they don't. We could not convince our sponsors to give out rum. They said no. It's just not a thing. So we're going to be working on these guys. And I'm very happy with these miniatures. This is a collaborative project between Monument Hobbies, Impact Miniatures, EPEX, EPAX, I think it is, Mini Monster Mayhem, Frozen, and Elric's Hobbies. This is a project they're all working on together, and that is the Mother Lovin' Paint Party. And one of the things that we're going to do is open a channel for you guys to put these in, so that we can have a gallery to talk about them and to work on them. Same thing with Captain SETI. We're going to open a gallery for Captain SETI is a challenge, a paint along and a challenge combined into one. We will be getting ready to post her colors, so that if you choose to paint them the same colors that the captain is, then you are more than welcome to do that. You can also choose your own. Meanwhile, Midnight Terror is writing a formal complaint to Midnight Heroes, if you are out there, that you do not give out rum with your miniatures. And then On top of that, on the 14th, we are having the baking stream with Jenny Joyo this month. So you need to mark that on your calendar. That should be really good fun. And I've put the video is out. It is public. So one of the things that you guys can do to help is to share that video. Just go share, share, share. Everywhere, share. Share the video. The Captain SETI needs a promotional. And so when it goes out, I will put it on my Instagram daily. And what you guys can do to help is share, share, share. I'll also post it in my regular Instagram. The more you share, the more people will see it on different platforms, the more crew members will show up. The more crew members, granted, they drink more rum, but you know, eventually it makes a bigger crew, and that way we can keep the dream alive and the boat afloat even longer. Oh, that sounds really cool. Yeah, I got to tell you that I really shocked the owner when he saw she kind of looks like Alice in Wonderland, but I painted her like a zombie, and he was like, wait, is that so? And I said, yeah. You agree with that? Okay, so meanwhile, we're filing complaints about rum. Okay, and then mark your calendars for the 25th. Okay, now not everybody that is not right in my loop. Okay, so here's the thing. If you looked at your calendar, you'd be like, wait, what, Captain? The 25th? You don't stream on that day. But, surprise stream, we're painting squid. Okay? Rhymer love, that's why everybody's got to get a calendar out or a pen and paper and like tape it up. Tape it up. When you see the captain post something, you got your alerts on for my Insta, right? Yeah, right now I'm having a love affair with Squigs. I am. Right now I'm having a love affair with Squigs. That's why you tape it. Midnight Terror, you tape it somewhere or you tie it to a string. The 25th. Yes, Midnight Terror, you're the one that gave me that information. I'm going to the chat. Hold on. Hang on, guys. Hold on. Volt, are you still out there? You just popped in, bonjour, bonjour, and you're gone. It says February 25th. Okay, but Valfera, I am on all the platforms. If you don't have an Instagram, I also notify in the Discord. Okay, I put the announcements in the Discord and on Facebook on my page. Twitter is really hit and miss. It's very finicky. I try, but Twitter is so weird. But I try. I need to be better about that. So, and then the other one. Well, YouTube doesn't have an announcement platform, you guys. I don't have an announcement platform for YouTube, so I can't. It's working on it, I'm sure.
We have to get over 1,000 view hours and all that.
We have to meet the criteria before they will announce for me. And I haven't met the criteria. If you're not following my YouTube, if you're not subscribed, that subscription is free. And if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, I would love it if you do YouTube, if you just popped in and gave me a follow on YouTube. That would be great, you guys. That will help with the numbers because we need those numbers in order to meet certain criteria to be able to do what we want to do on YouTube and utilize it to the maximum of the ability. So if you're not following me on YouTube, please go subscribe to that. But Valfera, yeah, there you go, Rhymer. You can, in the Discord, I put it in announcements, Valfera. If you have I know, you can turn off, though, individual Discords, right, Geek? Yes, individual channels. Geek did it for me recently. I thought that if you turned on Discord that you couldn't turn them off individually. So you guys, you can turn off channels that you don't go into very often on Discord, and then you can flip on channels where you're waiting for announcements to come up from them. So, She's still on the rum. It's okay. Midnight Terror's had a rough day. She needs some rum. So turn the alerts on, Reimer and Valfera, in the Discord, and then we can thank you, Gray Paladin. Thank you. Those subscriptions in the YouTube are going to be really helpful, you guys. You have no idea. So I didn't realize that I had to have more. So once I get the hours and the videos are watched and the hours build up, there's quite a bit of that. That takes a lot of time. But even if I had all those hours built up in the YouTube, I still have to have X number of followers. So I really do appreciate it. You know how I feel about that. That's a great help to me, you guys. It's a great help to us, though. Basically, in the long run, what it's going to do is keep me here for you in the future. All right. So, did you get your calendars marked? I will make sure. I know you are. Midnight. I know you are. I will make sure to put the announcements in the Discord. I need to be better about that, and I need to be better about Twitter. Twitter is really hard for me. It's just such a weird thing. But if nothing else, here's what I will do with Twitter. I will put a link. Because Twitter has this whole thing where you got to put separate hashtags and a separate picture. And I'm trying, I am, but sometimes once you've done all the bigger ones, it's just kind of like I'm really worn out at that point. You know, Reimer, that's a very good question. Geek, is watching on Twitch or YouTube more helpful?
YouTube.
YouTube, Reimer, actually. Apparently, watching me live on YouTube helps with the hours. See, I didn't even know this. And then I will make sure to put those announcements. I did put, I think, hold on, let me look. I want to say, that Geek put the, here we go, let's take a look at the announcements. And we do need to pin them also. That's the thing. I did put the squigs in there. Oh, we cannot put the Jenny Joyo thing in there. That has to go in the form of a picture. Just, you know, a flyer for me to be able to load it into YouTube. I mean, Discord, I'm sorry. Discord won't take the video. It's just too much information. Yeah. So, the squig thing is in there so that you guys have the date for that. I will make sure that the others get in there. Right? You're out? Yes. Yes. Okay. Excellent. All right. So, let me see. Let me see if there's like a pin. Let me see. Here. Ooh, pin message. Okay. So I will pin the messages. I think that Discord will only pin one at a time. Double checking that you want to pin this message. And greatness. Yes, pin it. Okay. And then I'm guessing what that does is put it all the way at the top. But you know, I have a question about that. Like, so how do you get all the way to the top of a page, right? When it's so... has so much stuff in it. Do you have to clear the page? Like, that's a lot. I don't suppose we need all the past announcements, do we? Oh my God. Oh. Well, I'm not clearing that.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Okay, let's not do that. All right, so thank you very much for the oh my gosh, look, Chaos Kitsune, another Kitsune. Welcome. We have a Kitsune in our crew. Thank you, Midnight. Nothing. Paladin, there was oh my God. Oh, oh, that's that. Thank you, Occult. I just saw your picture. It made me laugh. Thank you. I wanna get out of that though, and I like to make sure I'm in the right spot. There we go. So it was a message from Forbias. From before Christmas that was in there. So yes, let's just have a little drink there, and I'll tell you that I actually did talk to Forbias's sister-in-law today, and just to let you know, I hadn't heard anything lately. So I hadn't told you anything. So there really isn't any new news other than maybe later this month. They may be working on the storage facility, the storage room, and then I will know about the chef supplies, whether or not they survived the fire and whether or not they will be coming to the to the kitchen. Yeah, well, I love him and I miss him. I've been thinking a lot about him. It puts the pinned messages into the pinned messages. Oh, wait. Oh, thank you, Misko. So, oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Hold on now. So here's the pinned messages. Oh, and each channel has its, wait. Okay. So if you're, oh, wait. So if you're in announcements, hold on. Oh. Thank you. Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. I know how to operate this. All right, so you can see all of the past goodies, but the most recent one. Ah, Bill Neary's. Okay, so the most recent one is the one that, okay, great, perfect. I will put them all in there, Valfera and Reimer. I will put them all in the announcements and I will pin them for you guys, for everybody, but specifically because the no Instagram. Does that sound good, Valfera? I like this idea. This is actually very cool. Yes, perfect. That works. And then does it start to just drop them off, or does it tell you the file is full? That's excellent. Now, that's a great way of keeping track of things. So the announcements, that way when I put the different things in the announcements, it doesn't get overrun by it announcing all the other stuff in between. Great. That's excellent. That's going to work out lovely. Oh, well, I'm talking about Discord right now. This is great, though, because Valfera brought up a very important thing, which is, well, gee, what if you don't have an Instagram? Most people seem to have Discord to things. Ah, excellent. Okay, we're good then. Okay, perfect. Lovely. Yeah, I did find it. Misko, thank you for your help. You're always so helpful. Uh-oh. You know what I haven't found out yet, though? I got to check my email. I'm hoping. Yes, I always appreciate it. I do. Okay, got it. All right, now we're going to focus on some values. And but before we begin the value focusing, I am also pretty pleased with the skin tones on this one. They're actually a little bit more red, just to let you guys know what you're seeing has a little more red because my lamps in here, the lighting, and we're going to work on that. But if I show it to you up there, you can see it's not really, the shadows aren't quite as crazy as they look when you're seeing it on my desk. Yeah, see, so these are beautiful colors here. It's just that there's a lot more red in the skin, and the red also kind of makes the darker highlights almost a little too black. But I was told by one of the teachers I'm working with right now that, and I'm going to offer this information to you guys. When you're working on a miniature, you've brought the skin up to kind of where you want it, and now you're starting to put in your colors and you're forming the miniature. One of the things that would be a good idea, don't start trying to fix the skin until you've got an idea of the colors that you're building around it. And you can kind of see, once you get really, really good at skin, it's not going to be a problem. But while you are developing your techniques with skin, give the skin a chance to rest while you build all the colors around it. Because sometimes what looks wrong, what looks like you did something bad or disturbing to the skin, once you start putting all the colors in around it and you build the volumes in the miniature, suddenly it makes sense. And a classic example is I was going to paint out this really dark shadow on the back of her arm right there. He said, don't. He said, leave it. Wait until you finish all the color volumes and then look at it again and see if you like it or not. Because right now, in reality of shadows, right? That's the arm. If you look at her, that's the bottom side of the arm. This is the side the light's coming from, right about out here where her finger is where the light is coming from. So this area is going to have this one too, is going to have really dark shadows right there. And it is very possible that by the time that you build up all the colors to represent what you want, that skin is going to look right to you. And if you bring it all down and change it all before you've built your colors up and can get full perspective on it, then you might end up going, oh man, I shouldn't have changed that. And skin is not easy to do. So let the skin rest, build up the other colors, and then get a second visual at it. Well, hello, Scott. The C's are pretty well. The C's are pretty well. That's okay, Misko. I'm not worried about it. It'll probably tell me, and then just like my phone, it'll say, hey, you can't take any more pictures. You're full, and I got to go in there and delete a bunch. Valfera. Thank you so much. Yes, you guys, if you are over there in the YouTube, please give those subscriptions at YouTube are free. If you would do that, that is most excellent. I really appreciate it. We're building the numbers so that we have more options on YouTube. Is that you, Valfera, telling me that? Because it doesn't even say who said that. So paint the skin, block the, right, okay, and then wait a day. Right, well, with me, I was just obsessed with needing to fix the shadow on that arm, and he said, no, just let it rest. Because by the time that I start bringing in the values and the highlights on the with the colors, it's going to change things. Because right now, there's not enough highlight built and this isn't the color it's supposed to be. The belt's not the color it's supposed to be. The highlights in the hair aren't done, and it's going to make a big difference. He said when all of that is there, suddenly that skin might look right. He said those shadows, because like he thought to him, he said he thinks they look good. And some shadows are very intense. Let them be that way. On the other hand, I did it like a lot lighter on the leg area distinctive because of what's going on, but I wanted it to look like that. And he goes, just don't change it. Just wait, because it might work. It's not you. Wow, who is me? Okay, so wait. Does it feel strange? I know, because you don't have like all the same. We're working on that, getting it prettied up, Gray Paladin. Nope, not you. Whoever me is, it's. Are you being sneaky? Hi, honey. Oh my God, how are you? Oh, I'm gonna blush a little bit. Some minis in here. Hold on. I gotta get a drink and cool it all down. It's funny, both my hero painters have that name, Sam. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree, because it's highly probable that I would have gone in there and muckety-mucked all up the arm. Besides, when you paint skin, this is something I can tell you guys for sure. If you're painting the skin, be sure to leave your paints out. Be sure to leave the colors out that you use. Or write them down on a sticky note if you're putting the miniature away. Because if you only get part of the skin done and you come back to it later, oh my gosh, it can be a fight to get back to that same skin tone if you forget. Hello, Paul John. Hello. I'm going to take a quick bio. Thank you so much for coming in through YouTube, Paul John. That's really helping with the viewing on YouTube. And if you guys have not subscribed, please give it a sub. It's free and it's going to help with the numbers. We're working on that whole YouTube thing. In fact, we're torn 450 on YouTube or 1,750 on Twitch, whichever one comes first. We are going to put together a booty box. I was really hoping that the booty box would promote people subscribing to the YouTube, but I just don't think the word got out there enough. I don't know either, but now I know you're the sneaky one. I'll be right back, you guys. Well, Hammy, you're just laying out there? What you doing, honey? You're not even under your blankets? And you just... Are you cold? That seems kind of chilly. That seems a little bit chilly. Hang tight. Medium pork, half and half. Thank you. Oops. Guess I should have. All right, what did I miss? Midnight Terror is wreaking havoc on the ship. Oh, Midnight Terror. Oh, wait, no, that's good. Okay, wait, it is that just not just Midnight Terror. I shall not be rational. Oh, look out. Should the rats show up, there'll be a fight over that crow's nest, my dear. There will be, for sure. All right, so. Where... Meanwhile, somebody's had too much rum if they're missing their pantaloons. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right, so you guys, there's some challenges going on out there, and there's a lot of painting coming up, and so I thought, Duel on the Beach. Well, you know what? I thought you guys might really enjoy going through a few. Wait, let me find I gotta have the proper thing to wipe the glasses with. First to fall loses. Not to the death then. All right. So I thought that you guys might enjoy that we would do a couple of things to this miniature that I feel like well, hold on just a minute. Let me get her. There we go. I'll pick her up, so I'll probably have to readjust that. But I thought what we would do is a couple of things that in doing your miniatures and going through the challenges may be something that you are interested in doing. Now, I think one of the things that we can do here, this is a bigger area, so I've chosen one that has a bit of a bigger area so that you can kind of see. Now, you've seen me do the wet blending, but what I'd like to show you is I'd like to show you a little bit of glazing so that if you were to want to do that on the miniature you were working on in a smaller space, rather than perhaps the wet blending technique, my thought was what would work really good, because it's very small and a lot of the miniatures that everybody is working on for these challenges tend to be 28 to 35 millimeter. Paul John, you guys are terrible. So what I was going to do was come in here. Meanwhile, Paul John is greasing the beam, and someone has tied Grey Paladin's pantaloons to the mast. We're using them as a flag. I'm really not sure where that's going to go, but that sounds like trouble to me. All right. The color that I would like to use on this glove, we're going to need the highest of highlights because it's white. It's very small. Let's get a really good focus in. There you go. Okay. I don't really think it has to move much farther than right where it is. Let me see if I can get you guys a nice view of that and myself just to put it in a perfect spot. Let's just move this a little bit more this way. Try not to make you guys seasick. That looks really good. Pantaloons just get in the way when you're grown. No. Valfera, I'm pretty sure who needs pantaloons? I'm pretty sure there was rum involved in that. I mean, think about it, right? Just that whole conversation. And we're going to use a little olive flesh. And let's see, for the dark in the recesses, I would like to use what is a dark golden brown. It might even need to go darker than that in the end, but we can glaze a little bit of like dark tone in there. Dark tone is a good choice. Actually, what's a really good tone when you're working with white as a shadow is sometimes is flesh tone. You can also thin dark tone, and it's like a gray effect, but honestly, gray makes a better shadow in white than brown does. How about we do that? How about we go with gray? So what I will do is I will find the black. Where did the black go? There, right in front of my face. You came home to a package. Oh, that's exciting. What did you get in the package, Paul John? What did you get in the package? Oh, I'm telling you what, before it's all said and done, I think I will break her finger. I'm serious. I'm just sure of it. I want to clean the cap off on this. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like to keep my bottles like that. In order to keep it from being stark black, of course, we're going to mix. I'm not going to use black as the shadow. I think Wavy is rubbing off on you. Oh, the plastic babies. That's true. That's true. Build your own crow's nest, and then we'll have 2 crow's nests, right? Okay, I'm going to put her foot in that so that she doesn't roll off again. All right, so you're going to be working on a really small model, so we're going to choose like a really small brush. In this case, I'm going to use a 1.
Here's your coffee cup.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm going to use a 1. Let's see.
I offer you a choice.
There's my Shartan.
And postpone
How are you doing, Shartan, my dear?
100 years before the mast.
Have you seen a new package from Blick? We were supposed to get those new brushes.
What's that?
I have not either. They told me they were sending me replacements and I haven't seen them. How are you doing, Shartan? Right on, Dark Virtue. Oh man, this brush got a roughen up in. This is one of the ones I was telling you about. All right. Where's she going?
Upstairs with me. Peter, take her up.
Oh, okay. I was like, where? Oh, well, she's headed in the right direction then. Oh, so are you not healed? Oh no. Uh-oh. It's going to be a challenge when the rat comes home, you guys. There's going to be a fight. I am sorry to hear that. I was hoping after the hospital that things would start to get better, my friend. So we're going to use a 1 here. Are you not healing? Blade Mark Sweetheart, if you're still out there, can I get a shout out for Shartan? If you've not seen Shartan's work, you guys should definitely go take a peek. So the first thing I'm going to do is here, let's look at the colors. All right. It'll focus in a second. Okay. I want you to look at the colors, and I want to let you guys know, okay, that the first thing we're going to do is we're going to always use an ugly brush to mix your colors. Yeah, still working on the logistics for that one, huh? we're going to create the shadow. I'm going to let the shadow be a little cold, so I'm actually going to use the stark white because it will give more cold to the gray than the olive will. And I'm going to mix a nice deep dark gray, and you'll notice that it comes out a lot colder. If we mixed this color with black, then it would be a lot different. It would be a lot warmer. I can't wait to see what you're going to do with them, to be honest with you. I'm curious, like, what do you do with those babies? I saw a video of someone with them all crawling all over them like bugs and out of their mouth and out of their nose. I am so sorry, Shartan. I was really hoping that this was going to be an answer for you. I really did. I really hoped this was going to be an improvement and maybe, you know, get you back to your crafting and a little bit of stuff that you enjoy and whatnot. I am so sorry to hear that. Well, that's really cool, Paul John. Nothing like a surprise in the mail. We don't get surprises in the mail enough anymore. You know, it's a bummer. We really don't. Ugh. I can only imagine, Shartan. But are you, I mean, is there any progress at all? Like, are you better than when you went in? They call that Submariner, Dark Virtue. They call that Submariner. All right, so you're working on your mini. All right. And we're gonna be working on a real small part here. Okay? We're gonna work on this little glove. So in coming in here on this little glove, first of all, you might have to come back in and paint the areas of the around the book. But if you keep, I'm gonna put my hood on for this. Gonna kind of flatten the hair a little bit, you guys, but it is what it is, right? Okay, so if you come in here, let me make sure I'm not getting in your way with my hood too. That's one of the things that I don't want to do. All right, so on this little guy, developing your shadows, coming in and developing your shadows, getting your shadows kind of into place. You may even need a smaller brush than this, but if you get your shadows into place, okay, then you can kind of glaze around the shadowed areas. This is now let's just say you're working on I don't know, maybe somebody's holding a little bag, okay. Usually I work on most of it and then I come in with the shadows. What I've been focusing on with Green Art of Colors is using the midtones and the highlights and then adding the shadows last. In the case of what this little, we're going to call this a little accessory, I kind of just want to work the paint that's on the top of the glove. So I'm going to come in here with the gray and I'm going to put the areas I want to be dark in the shadows on first. And in a minute, I'm going to show you why. The back side of this glove is in the shadows. Chances are it would be a lot of shadow. And that the white would be a different color than white. I'm going to do a little bit of blending. Because the gloves are white, I'm going to do a little bit of off-white blending in this area, okay? I'm building the backside that's going to have the shadows with just a wee bit more pigment of the darker color. This could be a leather bag. We could pretend it was a leather bag. So I kind of get a little bit of a darker color, and then I'll go of the leather, and then I'll go with the really dark color of the leather. Feathering is, I take all of the paint off the brush, and I pick up a little bit of the paint that's left down here, and I drag it very lightly, little bits of it back towards the other color. So the brush being cleaned of the color, it's picking up small amounts of this dark color and just gradually pulling it, little bits of it, forward. It is a technique that practicing would really be, would really be good for you to practice the technique. I can do it in a bigger area to show you, but one thing at a time. We're going to focus right now on pretending we got a little leather bag here. And we're going to go on the back side of that bag, and we're going to just get these shadows. That's the darker color of leather. The mid-tone is the color I kind of mix right on the side. So doing a little bit of wet blending for that, right? Drying the brush off on the paper towel and then feathering. It picks up little bits of paint and moves it forward. Now we'll go back for that gray color, and we're going to put the shadows that are wrinkles, and we're going to paint the shadow on the back side with it, and then dry the brush off and drag that forward just a little bit more. Dry it off. You do have to move kind of quickly. And I'm going to show you what it looks like. It definitely has paint streaks. And I'm going to get all the way back in here. I want to get all underneath. I want to get a good shadow of gray. And I can see a place where, like, her thumb, the ball of the thumb is not painted gray. And I don't really want the light in there. I'm using that dark gray on this back part here. We kind of need a significant shadow. Let me make sure that that hand is doing what I want it to do. Oh, okay. I actually could see through it. Man, it pisses me off that this freaking brush got here in this condition. I have not received my replacement brushes yet either. Probably sent them slow road to China. Okay, let's take a closer look at this. Oh, that's such good news, though, Shartan, that they got. So that's really good news. Hello, Ghosted Wolf. Okay, let's bring this up. I'm going to show you, okay? So you can kind of see. Bring it right way up here. Now, we don't have the filter for the glaze on it, but do you see how I put the gray in, and then I feathered the gray over the light brown. Now, here's the funny part about this. All the way up there in the camera, that's what that looks like. But here's what I want you to understand about minis. But look what this looks like when we move this back. We'll say about 12 inches from your eyes. So the colors start to blend. Now, there's going to be a filter involved, so we're going to calm that down because we're going to do a little bit of glazing. All right? So, we're going to come up here on the top of this little glove. Well, we could use a submarine or something. We're doing all the ships, Dark Virtue, all of them. We're gonna do submarines. We're gonna do airships. We're gonna do land. We're gonna be all over. Okay, so right now I'm developing the wrinkles. Shartan, do they have high hopes that like they got it, it's done? It's not a reoccurring thing. I'm so excited about this. I really am. I've been thinking about you. It's funny, I was just telling people the other day that when I think about people, they end up in the stream. Almost every time. All right. We now have some nice wrinkles built. Nice shadows built. And a little bit of that feathering on the side there, on this back side. Even a little bit on the front side. Okay? Now we're going to take the lighter color, and we're going to add the lighter color in the areas that on the glove that are going to be the highlights, which these are supposed to be white gloves or near white gloves. Little edge highlighting there. Notice I'm blocking. Okay, so I blocked all the white in. Now it looks a little bit flat. Good night, creative. Good night. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your art. I really loved your planning board. Hello, Karu. Sleep well, my friend. Sleep well. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. Okay. Now we've got wrinkles. Now we're going to take the color that we have highlighted all those areas, okay? But now we're going to take the white, the really, really stark white. That's titanium white. And we're going to add the highlights in the areas where really the light is really super coming from. Which, remember, it's coming from over by your finger. And we want to catch a little bit of that. I'm just going to choose a few little areas. If you can make the areas small, it really does help. Oh, I'm telling you what, that was me yesterday. I was a mess. I was a mess yesterday. I am so sorry to hear that. Chartan just got out of the hospital for removing some cancer. And is not feeling well, and I'm feeling sad about that. Okay, now we're gonna let that dry, and we're gonna take a wee bit of water, distilled water, very small amount of the shadow brown, and you're gonna mix. You'll see there, it's like you almost can't even tell. And you want to mix that really thin. Okay. Take some of the excess off the brush because you don't want it everywhere. Part of getting what you want out of this is going to be controlling your paint. So when you come in to do this, it's going to be a glaze. You don't want to get too much of it in the shadows, but you do want to cover all the areas. Actually, on this round, I'm sorry, you do want to get in the shadows on the top. Forgive me. You don't want to let it collect in the recesses was what I meant to say. Okay, you're going to bring it right down around the edge a little bit, just glazing over that. All right, and you're going to pick it up. Don't let too much collect in your recesses because your recesses are still your shadows. Okay, you don't want a bunch to collect on the book. We definitely don't want a white area around her arm. I'm going to create a little bit of a highlight right around this area here that's kind of towards the front. But I'm going to use the medium color. Okay, so I'm not like 100% too bright. We're going to come in here with the dark color, and then I'm going to just dry that brush off and then sort of dance those two colors together. So we get a tiny bit of a highlight right there, just a little bit. I kind of canceled out her little edge highlight there. We'll come back for that little wash we have. You got to get all the fingers. Not wash, glaze. I apologize. All right, now notice the softness that I built in the wrinkles in this color. It's almost like a very soft buckskin color at this point. You can take a tiny bit of your shadow color, which is the median color, not the gray shadow, the brown shadow, little bits of it. And just pump up the volume a little bit, warming those shadows. I'm putting a little bit of that warm shadow in between the fingers and going back for a little bit of the gray. Rinse it off once you've used the gray. I made a little boo-boo right here. Got a little out of the lines. Come back with your base color. Let it dry. Glazing. I'm using the glaze to kind of go over and bring up a little bit of light on the side where there's no light coming in. Clean brush. I want to pull that back a little bit. Didn't quite want it all the way around. All right, go back for some of that glaze, and we're going to glaze over that boo-boo finger. There we go. And I will come in for the smallest amount of white. Smallest amount of white here. Thank you so much for that follow. Dry that brush off. And I'm just going to kind of dance that white around tiny. It's really watered down, the white that I have. I'm just dancing it around on the high points very, very gently. Pulling the brush. It's called pulling the paint. Pulling the paint so that where I lift the brush is going to be the point where you get the most volume. Always making sure I don't have too much paint on there. Too much paint's going to ruin it for you. There you go. Again. It's so thin, it dries super fast. You can come right back in. Keep a pickup brush handy in case you get paint somewhere you don't want it. I recommend those ugly brushes for pickup brushes because sometimes you forget to rinse them often enough. A tiny bit of that, I'm going to come in here with that little bit of that white and catch that edge right there. And again, pulling smaller and smaller points. Okay. All right. So this is pulling a very, very tiny. I think in my world, I need to fix. I don't like the way it chops, the shadow chops the fingers off is not good. So, hello, Trader. Oh, that's wonderful, Iffy. We're going to turn her upside down for a minute, and we're going to come in from this angle right here. I'm going to use some of the, a little bit, I'm going to mix, if you look over here on the palette, I'm going to mix a little bit of that base color with a little bit of that buckskin color that I got going on. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to pick these fingers up because I feel like they're chopping right off. I don't like it. So I'm going to fix that by rounding the fingers back out. So I'm repainting the tips of the gloves here. Okay, and you just watch what a difference this makes. Now, before I get excited and start repainting the gloves, glazing them over the color that I want them, I'm going to take a very small amount of dark tone. Dark tone is what I use to give her her ugly book look. I use dark tone over like a beige. Okay. I am going to thin that over here on the palette. All right. I am going to get a brush called a liner. which I only have one that I super duper like. Oh, you guys didn't see my terrible, terrible skin condition right now. That is awful. Okay, here we go. And I have painter's elbows too. Well, I thought I had it. Where did you go? There you are. Pretty good. Pretty good. Chartan's having a hard time, Trader. So liner. This is an aught. It's a very, very fine, very flexible, natural Kolansky. It is a... Oh, mine is just having a moment with my skin right now. And it's this comes in really handy. So you're going to go into that dark tone. And you thinned it. On this one, the thing to remember is you just want to touch with the tip and lift, and you want to hold the brush at an angle. A liner is meant to be used at an angle. So stabbing with liner bad. Always stroking. And when you're getting in to lay paint down somewhere, sometimes you've got to get it at a wee bit of an angle to get that paint laid down just right. It's a very, I mean, some people will use just the teeny tiny brushes for this. I personally don't like them because I don't know. There's just something I like if you look at them. So I have really wreaked havoc on all of mine. Like I'm serious. Look, right? Like I kill them when they don't have enough paint operation, and I end up killing them. One of the things to remember is where to lift. If you don't want paint all over, you want to lift at the right point. Can't tell you where it is unless I was looking at your mini, but what I can tell you is a Kolansky liner will go in, and if you watch it, it will follow the finger. The tip is so smooth. It just follows the finger. But you've got to pull back on it so that you're just getting the tip laying down. So that's very important. Makes such, I mean, I seriously, like I've been using these with all the oil paints in the past. Now we're going to come in and glaze very gently with a little bit of that dark tone. We're going to glaze a little bit of that deeper shadow right here on the side that doesn't have the light, and we're just going to bring that shadow up a little bit. I'm touching it to the knuckle indentations on the glove. We're going to come on this other side and going under. The nice thing about this is that it's going to make such a beautiful thin line. Then I'm going to mix a touch of black in the dark tone, which will thin it with a pigment. And I'm going to come in here where these two items come together, her skirt, the book, the bric-a-brac. I'm going to put a line. Why? Because I see those. I really do. I'm going to pick out a couple of little shadows to really, really deepen it. Pick up brush in case you get something you don't want. I'm going to get a little bit of this in the palm of her hand. This is a tiny, tiny bit of black mixed with the dark tone. If you don't have dark tone, you can use Nuln Oil. You can use ink. Really thin ink. I'm also going to get her book binding. Then I'm going to put a wee bit more black over here in the dark tone. And we're going to come right in here in this recess of the book. I am just touching that. Not getting excited, mind you, right here. So you get a little more definition from where the book folds over. All right. I am going to show you close up. I am going to come in here and I'm going to smooth it out even more. I am showing you the technique so that you are able to accomplish it between our meetings here as you're working on some of these challenges and these miniatures coming up. It is something that you can utilize, putting those darker colors underneath and then mixing your lighter colors and glazing it in, building your shadow on a backside. It's a strong back shadow. You can blend them at the side. I could literally show you how to blend these two together at the side to where it's not choppy paint like an art picture, but rather, you know, smooth. We can get that smooth like this. But what that does take is a very small brush, okay? And hold on. A very small brush and a lot of very, very controlled, very, very, very small amounts of paint. So on the side, we would mix a medium color. And I do pretty much mix the majority of them. I actually hope to get online tonight and order my Chimera paints. Once you've mixed it, don't leave all that paint on the brush, okay? When I tell you, or when we are discussing the tip, I do mean, oh my gosh, we are using, you want to even blot off any excess, and we are using okay. We are using the very, very tip of the brush. It is so tiny, the amount of paint, that to be honest with you, you will question whether or not this is even a reality. You want to know how it is when we look at pictures, those super, super fine blends are achieved. Believe me when I tell you, it is practicing this and practicing this, because even my blends are not the way I want them. What will help you do, moving quickly helps. If you can move a little bit quicker and you want to wet blend, that definitely helps. And what I can tell you is it really is about the practicing and learning that feathering and wet blending technique, as well as the glazing, dancing back and forth between colors, and maybe putting a little bit of mixing medium in your paint to help slow it down so that you are able to keep up. It's small amounts of paint glazed in, one on top of the other. If you make a mistake, then you know what? You go back in and you fix said mistake. You need a small brush for these small areas. I like to use the biggest brush that I can use for the given area. Okay, so like if I can control and utilize a 4, I probably would be right now. But for this area, the brush that I'm using is a 1 and probably the best for this application. It is tiny, tiny. Right now I'm wet blending. That's a clean brush, and I'm gonna pull the color thinner that I just put in there, feathering it over onto the first color. So that what ends up happening, let me make sure you guys are on, focused in here. There you go. What ends up happening is these colors, all those dark colors that are all choppy, are going to start to come together. But it takes a minute. You can't just have that instantly. This is one process. Some folks will not put the shadows in until last. I am learning that if you are doing skin, that's a very good idea. Save those shadows for last. I am mixing the brown, a tiny bit of black, this black, which is actually kind of a warm black, and will create a nice deep dark brown shadow for right back here. I'm going to clear that brush off, and I'm going to just pull that into the shadows, the recesses. But it's a very thin amount of it, so I'm actually building more of a glaze. I'm going to go back for a little bit. This one being my base color, mid-tone. And when I come back for that mid-tone, and you want to have the smallest amount, too much paint on your brush will kill your project. And I'm going to pull the mid-tone over that and bring it around. And glazing that mid-tone in there. Now wait, we go back in for the lighter tone. So there's going to be a highlight, and there's going to be, for me, I have found it's easier for me to work with a mid-tone highlight and like a secondary highlight. Now I'm going to go back in for a little bit, not the white, but the olive, which is kind of our one of our elevated highlights. Okay. Then I'm going to go back. I'm going to make a little bit more of that gray. Remember the cool gray? White is super powerful. Don't underestimate white. Look out. What you don't want to do, it's also really hard to take off of things. First of all, I shouldn't be mixing with my good brush, just FYI. Bad, Captain. Tiniest bit on my brush so that I can come in here for the shadow. And again, and really it's all about bringing those colors in until you get the balance you want to see. Now, I am told what is really helpful, and I am definitely going to be, Geek is looking into this right now. Not this very, very minute, but he is looking into it. Now we have a very respectable shadow built, and that is a value camera. So basically I will be able to turn this to black and white for you guys and show you why it's valuable to take those black and white pictures of your miniatures. I've got a glaze right now that I'm using that is a wee bit of white. And a wee bit of that olive flesh that I'm using for the bright buckskin color. Time and patience. Do you see it? There is a wee problem here. Yes, well, sometimes when I get into these really intense places with the painting, the crew will get very quiet on a Tuesday. Iffy, that is true. They are very Tuesdays specifically. I think if I really get going, they are very quiet. So I'm using that liner and a very, very dark shadow just to pick out the separation between the thumb, the finger, the book, so that we get good shadows in the areas of the book that will make it stand out. So tiny, tiny little lines of black in some places like that. You know, where you want something to stand out a little more. It's when you get real crazy with that black and start putting it on your mini and into things that it can be a real killer. There, that actually looks real good. All right, so now you can really see the book and the glove. It's okay. I love that. I love that. Yes, it is. It's a very intimate procedure, Jenna. It really is. And that's, so I'm just showing you. I got it out of your system on Sunday, right? Oh, no, you guys got it out of your system on Sunday. So I'm just showing you because there's a lot of challenges out there and a lot of good stuff coming up, and we're doing some paint alongs and we'll do this again. So I'm showing you on a small area. I showed everybody kind of on this, but it's so big. Everybody may not be working on that big of a miniature. And so I thought, maybe today I'd work in a little area that was consolidated. But can you see the difference? Now look at the book and the glove on this side. You can actually look at this side of the glove. Now, do you see that? So this is oftentimes where people stress out, like, oh my God, I did that wrong. Look at that side of the glove, right? Okay, but now let's spend a little time and a few glazes feathering that paint one direction and the other, and you can have this. And this isn't like completely done yet. Still a little more work to do on that. And then remember how flat the hand looked? When we look at the hand now, look how she's gripping the book, and look how it looks like. Do you see that? I really want you to see that. Do you see what I did with the fingers? I love hands, by the way. I love hands. But do you see how the fingers are clenching the book now? Instead of going on top of it. That's what shadows do. That's what shadows do. Shadows, that's like contouring when, you know, I always tell people, oh, I love them, Iffy. Love. I was so excited that when I saw the gorilla with all those little bitty hands, ooh, I was excited. I was like, yes. I practically want to paint the little fingernails. It's so exciting to me. So, I was telling people one of the examples is you've seen these videos of people that contour their face and then they look like a completely, like, well, you saw me do The Witch for Halloween. And I like, it was weird because I actually sent that to a few friends and relatives, and they thought that I put a filter, a photography filter on my face. They didn't even realize it was me. And that's just contouring. Yes, very much so, very much so. But this is this is what I'm aiming towards. Now I'm not happy with the shadows on that arm. But what I'm not going to do, and I want you guys all to get this. There's going to be at least one part on every first of all, no piece of artwork is ever complete. It is abandoned so you can get on to the next one. That's number one. Number two, there's always going to be a place, a particular place, something about the job that you are like, but you have to ask yourself very seriously. At this point, if you go back in to attack that, Like right now, if I was like, ew, that glove is icky. Yes, right now I could go in and I could fix it. So it looked like this. And I'm like, no, that ain't happening. But I wanted you guys to see that. Oh my goodness. Did that just happen? That just happened. Welcome aboard, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys? How was the stream? What were you guys doing? Something I couldn't see. My goodness. Hey, all you Raiders. If you will do me a big favor and click my icon in the upper left-hand corner, that would be great, and reload yourself. You won't have to watch a commercial, as I have been told by the people that have done it. I am so pleased to see you. I am Captain Madlove. Welcome aboard the SS Madlove. Let's pass out some rum.
Welcome aboard the Black
We are Light Bearer. Thank you so much for that follow. We are doing some very technical painting today. It is Technical Tuesday. Currently, I am working on Alyssa, which is a miniature from Nerd House Minis. But if you'd like to see some Reaper, oh man, have I got some of that hanging around. Here, I will show you King Rat. King Rat is a Reaper miniature. Reaper, thank you so much for the raid. Here's King Rat. He got finished recently and put on his rock, and he is going off to live with Motor City Ray. He was one of my more favorite projects to work on. I am known for and do enjoy a good chibi. This is from the Bones 4-pack.
Welcome aboard the Black
Thank you,
Pearl.
Skella Grim. This is Wizard Mike. This is a chibi with human-style eyes. Okay, Dragon Pink. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. And he was a little study in complementary colors in both ways. So complementary meaning complementary to one another is in like I compliment you, and then complementary also in the fact that it is on the opposite side of the color wheel. That one. And we got a little Star Wars that we've done. And recently, let's see, well, actually, this one is probably going to be Midnight Terrors. This is the Headless Horseman. This is actually not Reaper. I believe that one's a Whiz Kids. We have this big baby we've been working on that's Reaper. We did this recently. Let me back that camera out for you. Where it's not done by any means, but it's something I've been working on. We did this in a couple of streams. So this is developing color shift paint. What this was all about was developing the color shift paint to create a secondary. You have not seen this, Jenna? Are you serious? To create a secondary color shift effect from it. So rather than just putting on one color shift paint and having that be the color shift, one of the things that I do is metallic is really one of my jams. I do dig some metallic. And I combine them in a layering technique called metallic rubbing. And then I get these effects from them. This side is the matte side. You'll notice it's more matte on the inside of the wings. And then the outside of the wings being a lot heavier in the metallic vibe. We did some glow effects.
Welcome aboard the
And,
Black Pearl.
Dingo Miniatures, thank you very much for the follow. Skullagrim, thank you. And Lightbearer, thank you. I really appreciate those. We are working on a follower goal, you guys. And that really means a lot to me. Thank you. Hello, Maury. So I actually did use some inks and some different paints in this. One of the things that I really appreciate is the Reaper Black. So I was using the Reaper Black mixed with a deep purple ink that I have to kind of bring in the shadows on this guy. But that was something that we were working on. Hi, Valandar. Thank you, Nefaris. Thank you. Nefarsis. Thank you.
Welcome
So
aboard
yeah,
the
that's our
Black
guy. We also have... did I feel that? You're so rubbery, that couldn't have been you. We also have something that actually goes back in time that I'm waiting for the next one to come out. These guys are kind of started, but the Dance of Death, this is Dance of Death. You guys know this one. It's Reaper Mini. And I'm painting them as a mating ritual between the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon is the female. The Ice Dragon is the male. They are not done. They have a long way to go in their process, and I didn't come back to them for a while. My father passed away in November, so I was really having a hard time getting back to painting.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you very much, Skimmeron. Thank you. And I was showing everybody how to... Oh, Occult, you've never seen these? It's funny. Sometimes I think I need to go back on some of my older work and show people. So these are not done. These are in the process of being made. So the inside of these wings, originally I was going to do the outside of the wings the same. Then I got to thinking I didn't like the balance of that. Now, I did on him. It made sense. For some reason, on him, that made sense. But on her, it does not. So I'm going with a different theme on the outside of her wings, whereas the fire is going to be more smoldery, which I think will give it a really good pop, making the inside of the wings really stand out. I feel like it would be overwhelming if I did the outside of the wings the same. Now, this has taken thought, actually, so coming back to these to look at them, you know, that period of time. But really what these were for everybody was a study in, these are taken after, you know, 80s funky cars. Yes, like a lot more dark Occult on the back side, like it's on fire and it's smoking on this side. So it's really fiery on this side with the smoke kind of blocking it in. But I feel like I just want to make the flames short on this side and bring the dark down on the wings so that you see more dark on the top of the wings, kind of glowing through, glazing. So it's on fire on this side, but the fire is glowing through on this side. Oh, I'm excited. Put it in the Love Gallery, Valandar, for Friday, please.
Lori wants to see some crons showing the front ends.
And then, kind of like this one, we have the clouds and the lightning is kind of dark, right? Coming through all of the sky colors. But then when you flip him over, this is what it's going to look like. Okay, this is what it looks like. But I haven't got the colors worked in to calm this down. But basically, that's the back glow of what the lightning will be. So we've got like the top. So what I was going to do with her was kind of mate that up a little bit, you know? You did hear Geek. Sometimes he's not around on Tuesdays. He's not around much because he works long days on Tuesdays, Iffy. That's those guys. If somebody out there wants to look at some crons, so for those of you that are Warhammer lovers, we've got some crons here. My favorite one actually is the recent one I just painted. Where's that little dude?
Oh, he might still be in there.
Naked and running around on my desk. No, I seen him.
I think he's in the photography.
There he is. Now he turned up here. So here, these guys are a lot smaller. Let's focus in on these. This is one that recently, some of these don't have their bases done, just to let you guys know. And this was about values and getting that glow effect without it overwhelming the miniature and getting a lot of depth built into him. So this is one that we just recently finished. This is also a lesson in the glowing hoses. I was teaching everybody how to make their hoses glow, how to make your hoses glow. There is Iffy. There definitely is. There's a lot more red in the one that you're looking at. I mean, in this one, there's a lot more red. The one that you're looking at me in is not the same. Yeah, me too. I need to work on that paint organization system. And then let's see, we have the Wraiths. His army is neon purple and neon green. These guys were actually... Thank you, Occult. Thank you. Good night, Blade Mark. Good night, sweetheart. Sleep well. Sleep well. Yes, Occult. The base is... actually, the base is taken from the Black Sands Beach in Hawaii, where there is a beach that you can only get to by a muddy little road, and generally you have to have a local escort. You can't just go traipsing back there. And it has a beach that has this black, amazing, sparkly sand and green, little green peridot in it. It's amazing. Here's another one. This is actually the Nano Baby Carrier. So she has babies like a shrimp. Those are our Swarovski crystal balls that she has. The interesting thing about this one is that her body was melted. Once upon a time, I turned a heater on in the studio to warm it up. These are the Nano Babies, and I bring the Swarovskis in from Germany in bulk, and this was one of my favorite little characters. But the story behind it was I had bought the Swarovskis to put them on the body to make one like a shrimp. Like, you know, if you've ever seen underneath of where a shrimp carries its babies, it's kind of similar, okay? I turned on a heater, and this was sitting in front of the heater. And I looked up because I was wondering what the heater was set at because it's starting to get warm. And I noticed that this Wraith was all the way, all the way down. And I was like, what's wrong with that? Oh my God. I realized she'd been melted, and it melted the side of her face. And so I thought, well, oh, thank you so much. These do pop off. I didn't just break her, just to let you know. They do. I left the mobile on her. Thank you so much for that follow. Hold on. I got to put her back together. There you go. So that's how her face ended up. And then once I did it, I was like, oh, I really like that. I really like it. So I wasn't disappointed in it. And then we have our little scarab babies. This color shift is made by hand. So this is where I was showing everybody how to do metallic rubbing and make your own color shift by the way that you paint it. You'll notice this one here. It's a technique we used to use on motorcycle tanks to make them shift colors. And you do that by actually glazing the paint and feathering when you are utilizing a metallic base. And then really, really strong shadows will make it pop. And then we have well, actually the Nightbringer's my favorite, but he's got the Deceiver down here. Now this is actually some of my old work, you guys. So notice that my blends on the skin are really kind of choppy. Now the glow effect is supposed to be, but what I want you to notice is actually the blends in, not that this character doesn't look good like that, because he's really gaunt, and so he does look good like that. I'm just saying that what you're used to seeing now is not what was. And there's various stages of our work that we can look back and say, oh, look at that. My most important thing for me was that his face looked similar to the Joker. And this one was a lesson in ground OSL. So we were doing the OSL coming up instead of going down or being sideways. And then there's Emotech. Emotech is a disco cron. Rock on Emotech. And this is, so Emotech is made from Finecast. He's horrible. It's horrible. Don't buy it. Don't do it. And his gauntlet continued to break off. Like it just, every time he'd get put out and I'd be done with him, it would break off. And so I built him a gauntlet, and then I built him a ball of fire. So the gauntlet is made from green stuff. And then I made him this ball of fire that he is throwing. This, again, is color shift done manually. So you get a shift on the color of the paint. And that's done by layering and glazing. Yeah, he's kind of crazy. This guy is kind of crazy. He's got some crazy stuff going on, Jenna. But he is definitely one of my most fun. Dark Virtue, that is one of the things I'm going to end up teaching people apparently in my Patreon, because they like it, the idea of it. That and the this is done with just standard paints, metallics, you know, so that you're actually building this effect. It does take more time, but it really does put the color, the vibe of which color you want where. Like this here is, you know, the glow from his big ball, and it's creating a green on the cape, which is actually gold and purple and magenta. But it's definitely a process. Well, I'm really glad you like him. I find him to be kind of animated. I mean, when you put him up next to this guy, right? Okay. They do kind of look like they could be in the same army, so I'm not disappointed. It's just that he does, I'm just, the cleanliness of my painting, and like the hoses, for example, you know, are just so clean. Whereas I was still figuring out how to work that out on Emotech, you know, to get what I wanted. But the ribs, you know, the rib cages, that rib cage thing, I kind of, this is like one of my very favorite parts of this whole thing is right here. How that light from the ball hit that, and that was, I was like, oh, if I could just do that every time, you know? And so that's some of the stuff that we're doing around here. Here's one of our weird, so here's like a basic guy, you guys. This guy's just really, really basic. Like, let's paint it fast and get it on the table and play. For real. But yet, can I still have those really big, shiny, glowy effects? And so I sat down one day and was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to do that. And there it was. Yes, I built him backwards. Yes, I did. I do know that. I mean, I didn't at the time I did it. Geek owns the army. I said, somebody online said, I think you put that together backwards. And I'm like, oh, shit. So I called Geek over to the desk, and he goes, no, I like it. I want them all that way. And I'm like, oh, okay. They look like they're riding snow machines from the future. So that's kind of everything I have hanging out right here, you know, at this time that we've been working on. Besides Alyssa, she's been a study in many different techniques that we're helping people develop, you know, like, you know, blending and getting our highlights built up, little skin work. A lot of this skin work was done in private. I was still trying to figure it out, and I still am working on that. You know, making the laces pop, the color dynamics that we're working with. And we're going to be doing, on the dress, we're going to be filling everybody in on, like, this part here with the cloak, and we're going to be coming back to the dress to be able to develop this effect. And we kind of did that on the glove today with the good side, and showing everybody that before you get to all those nice blends, it's going to look choppy like that. And don't stress about it, because you can come right back in. But it does take time and commitment. It does, as you've noticed, little tiny bits of paint. So I have to tell all you guys that came in here that I am just thrilled to have that wonderful raid. And Reaper, if you are still out there, I know you guys drop and run because you guys got so much on your plate, and I totally understand it. But I am starving. I have run almost an hour over today, and I've got to go get something to eat. And I don't have my phone. Who shall we raid? I want to see who's out there. Oh, you have my phone. Well,
I was charging it.
Let
us see. I shall take a peek. And I want you guys to know, did you guys enjoy? Was it a good, did we have a good time? Did everybody learn something, take something in? I always feel like I missed out because I didn't get to look at the love gallery, but I think that this gives you guys a chance to experience more of the painting. So, and we are getting ready. You guys brace yourselves. Oh, Lightbearer, no, wait, no, hold on. Just wait. No, I am here to help you get better. I'm dead serious. I am here. That is what I am about. I love to see people reach their goals and make improvements that they are proud of. The squigs. Well, here's a squig. I don't know. I'm telling you, you guys, I swear to you, those red squigs, I'm like, where are they? Hold on. Are they on the shelf over there? They're not. See, they're not on the shelf over there. They're not in a bucket. They're those red squigs with the mushrooms on their back. They've been missing. I don't know. Everybody said they left home. Here we go. Here's a little squig diorama that I recently did, Lightbearer. And this is Bruce. Bruce says grots are food, not friends. He is a theme of a sea slug, a blue sea slug. And this is his little friend who doesn't have a name, but they're partners in crime. They slay zombies. She's half zombie, but she's partially immune to it. So it only affected her bad enough to kind of make her rot a little. So she's kind of like a walking impetigo. But this was practicing in the ooey gooey, basically, just getting, you know, some ookie stuff going. He's got some guts flying from his foot there. But that's what I am here for. Oh, yeah, Occult. I am excited. I'm so excited. Don't stress. Trust me when I tell you, you got this. And if he turns out wrinkly, we can call him Old Man Squig. I do not know what happened to my red squigs with mushrooms on their back, you guys. Like, seriously, they just turned up missing one day. I'm sure I did it. Yep, there's Rocky. He's in his bucket. Oh, there's something we're working on that's Reaper. This is the base. This is the base colors. We just got him blocked in right now. This is a lesson in stippling that I'm doing with one of my students on Patreon. So is learning how to stipple paint in the shadows to build the shadows with a little bit more paint rather than thin layers at first to get a nice base coat going. And then we will move from this into some glazing and building the highlights. Of course, his eyes are not done. The eyes will be last. But it's a little Rocky baby. Let's see, he's got actually a really cool little wing in here. Where's the cool wing? His dragonfly, I cut off his tail. Here's his little wing. So his wing, this is just the base of the wing. It's just developing its colors right now. And then we will come in and glaze in the glow and on the wings. But it's for more of a fantasy, like a storybook type of reality. Something a little softer, a little more fun. And so working with purple, magenta, pink can really give a very whimsical perspective to your work, you know, which is why I'm going to paint a squig those colors. I have a lot of good squiggle ideas. And I wish I knew where my bad boy squigs went. Yeah, and I don't. So let's not be intimidated. Let's look. I wish I'm gonna pull it out next time you pop in, Light Bearer. I'm gonna find it and pull it out, and then you ask me, can I see your? Was that an Eldar I painted with the big horns on his head?
Oh no, that's the now they're called Drukhari, but it was a Dark Eldar.
Then it was an Eldar. That's what I asked you. It was an Eldar.
It's like saying elf and drow are the same. It's not the same thing. They're both types of elves.
Okay, so the Dark Eldar.
It's originally a Dark Eldar.
Okay, so one of my old models that I painted is a Dark Eldar. So when you pop back in, say, hey, did you find that Dark Eldar? And I will show you some amazing painting from when I first started, just so that you can understand that it's like we all start somewhere and then we develop it. Also, you got to understand that I do definitely have quite an extensive, hi, Silent Seth, you did. But we have, let's see, what are we on? Are we on Tuesday? We have Friday coming up. But we all start somewhere and then we move forward and understand too that paint is in my blood. And so I think that I grasp the painting faster sometimes just because paint is like people that have art backgrounds. What was hard for me though was going from big canvases to teeny tiny minis. Yes, we are. And it is Technical Tuesday. I really came into my stream and said just the tip Tuesday and then went and named his stream that. What a butt. Well, what I'd like to do, because what I'd like to do today is I'd like to take you guys over to a gentleman that needs some follows and is working on his viewership, getting the hours and everything in. So I think what we will do is drop in on him. Silent Seth, we're here on Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'd love to see you there. Yes, exactly. Occult, that's really your first mimic versus your mimic now. Before we run off, there is something I want to show you. Let me go to the Love Gallery. I want to show you something because this is really, for all you guys that play D&D that came in from Reaper Miniatures, I feel like you would really dig this. For those of you guys that play D&D, this was really incredible for me that this person discovered me and I was like, are you kidding me? This is just a very unusual form of art that we do not get to see a lot of. And I want you guys to see it so that you can also experience Midnight Love. We are going to wait a minute. Wait, hold on. I got to find there it is. I want to show you guys this. Check this out. What do you think of that? That is Occult's artwork, and Occult makes dice mimics. They are boxes that are made into mimics that hold dice. Isn't that cool? I really thought when I saw this, OMG, right? This is like something we don't see every day. It's just not something we get to see a lot of, you know? Very unusual. It would make an absolute, and look at the different types too. It would make a really cool gift for a friend, I thought. I was like, man, they are so, and there's so many, there's different styles. This is actually my favorite. I love this one. I mean, I would choose different colors if it was mine, but I like the combination of the different styles of eyes, the texture. I like the flat box, although that might be the top of a much taller box. Thank you, Bobcat. You're so wonderful. Thank you, Bobcat. Here's one that was recently, so this is unpainted. This is an unpainted version. I'm just like, oh man, I'm telling you what. And there is Occult's Instagram. You guys can go give Occult follow and look at all the wonderful mimics that are in there. I'm trying to encourage Occult to post more of them in the process, because people like to watch that process, like, you know, not necessarily when they're done, but you know, it at least like for Occult. I really feel like people love to see the process. It's like seeing someone grow up. You know, it's very intense. You get to see it develop, and it's just really exciting. They really are absolutely fantastic, though. I'm really, really glad to hear that you went and got yourself a bunch more boxes. That was exciting for me. I want you to know. Just wait until you get my load of boxes. Then you're going to be like, oh no. Anyway, yeah, that, and I'm excited about that. I'm really excited about that. I am. What I'm really excited about is the unpainted ones. I feel like the unpainted ones definitely have a place. I mean, like, I really do. I think that there's many people that would be like, oh, I'm going to paint my own custom colors on it. And, you know, it'd be like their own little baby. Right? Oh, you're welcome, Occult. I am loving this. Like, this is one of my, you know, actually there was somebody else too that came on board today that does these paintings that are glazed and then LED lights go behind them. I will get them their information up on Friday. Hopefully they went in the Love Gallery and left me something. Yeah, yes. I think that's a great idea, Occult. I think I totally 100% feel like there's a market for this. I'm trying to launch a project that is I was really excited because the girl Phoenix does this, and I was so thrilled to find out she did. But as we move through the year, I'd like to encourage more and more people, especially with COVID and the way that everything's been, and these giant conglomerate businesses, mom and pop's businesses going out of business all over the nation, all over the world. And I'd like to encourage people that if you are buying gifts, buy from an artist. If you buy somebody a gift and you have the ability to buy it from an artist, please support handmade. I cannot stress that enough. If you are able to do it, please do it, because it's just a good thing to teach kids. And it's a really good way of helping somebody out that has a small business and works with their hands. That being said, starving here. All right. So we are going to go raid one riser. All right. And we are going to give one riser some very awkward love. All the love. Okay. He just needs a little boost, you know, a little bit more oomph in the viewing time. And I will be here Friday. We will have a date night, all right? And between now and then, brushes, paints, minis, and get your fucking paint on. I will see you guys in the verse. I'm going to raid and run. Let Riser know I'm starving. I have to go eat. Are we out? I am out. I am out. Yes, let's make sure of that.